one of the largest campuses in Japan, located in Tsukuba Science City. The University of Tsukuba has attracted students from more than 110 countries and regions with many degree programs. Close historical ties with the Olympic and Paralympic Games. World-changing, cutting-edge research. Diverse sports activities and clubs in the campus. Tsukuba Science City is the largest leading-edge R&D center in Japan.
High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together, our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together, walk hand in hand, make a future that changes the world. At the morning light, as brand new days begin, our endless dreams are written in the pages of the sky. Upon the waves of time, we sail across the seas, sails guided by the winds of dreams. Times are always changing, changing, even you and me. Changing all together, we can find the power that's deep inside. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Imagine the
like meeting people from all over the world.
We love the universities of Tsukuba's environment.
I like University of Tsukuba Sports Day.
What I love most about University of Tsukuba.
We love broadening our horizons and meeting new, easygoing and open-minded people.
I love the excellent student support and the academic atmosphere in the University of Tsukuba.
We love Tsukuba.
It's more fun!
Tsukuba 大学創立50周年おめでとうございます。質の高い教育の恩恵を享受する若い世代にとって世界で最も参考になる大学になることを願っています。
I love the friendly campus community and support during the study.
The thing I like most about Tsukuba University is diversity, because here we can meet and learn from people all around the globe.
We love Tsukuba because of the cultural diversity.
Tsukuba always waiting for us. Please come back.
one of the largest campuses in Japan, located in Tsukuba Science City. The University of Tsukuba has attracted students from more than 110 countries and regions with many degree programs. Close historical ties with the Olympic and Paralympic Games. World-changing, cutting-edge research. Diverse sports activities and clubs in the campus. Tsukuba Science City is the largest leading-edge R&D center in Japan.
High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together, our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together, walk hand in hand, make a future that changes the world. At the morning light, as brand new days begin, our endless dreams are written in the pages of the sky. Upon the waves of time, we sail across the seas, sails guided by the winds of dreams. Times are always changing, changing, even you and me. Changing all together, we can find the power that's deep inside. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the above it all, to a place of wonders that we have never seen. Don't be afraid, for you are not alone. We'll be together through it all. Tell me, can you feel the future growing inside yourself? Tell me, will you let it grow into a wonderful brand new world? Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Carry on. Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Walk hand in hand. Make a future that changes the world. Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Open your mind. Make a world that changes us all.
I like meeting people from all over the world.
We love the universities of Tsukuba's environment.
I like University of Tsukuba Sports Day.
What I love most about University of Tsukuba.
We love broadening our horizons and meeting new, easygoing and open-minded people.
I love the excellent student support and the academic atmosphere in the University of Tsukuba.
We love Tsukuba.
It's more fun, Tsukuba!
筑波大学創立50周年おめでとうございます。質の高い教育の恩恵を享受する若い世代にとって世界で最も参考になる大学になることを願っています。
I love the friendly campus community and support during the study.
The thing I like most about Tsukuba University is diversity, because here we can meet and learn from people all around the globe.
We love Tsukuba because of the cultural diversity.
Tsukuba always waiting for us. Please come back.
Good evening, we hope. For me, good morning. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes.
Shortly, CRICED-UT of University of Tsukuba, Japan. First, please allow me to make some announcement for today's conference. Thank you for your participation. This webinar is recorded and distributed through YouTube. By using the chat box on YouTube, you can post questions to speakers. Registered participants can receive their certification from the host, Center of Research on International Cooperation in Educational Development, University of Tsukuba. If you answer the corresponding questionnaire, the URL will be announced somewhere in the meeting. For speakers and guests on Zoom, please be aware of the following. Turn off the microphone and camera unless you are speaking. Use the raise hand function of Zoom when you have questions and comments. Turn on camera during the photo session. Keep Zoom chat available during the meeting. Here is the schedule of ICDME Tsukuba Conference 2023 program at a glance. And today's meeting conference will start from 7:30 p.m. to 23:45. Now it's 7:30 and let's start today's conference. And we'll start our first session. Panel discussion subtheme 2 and is also moderated by Dr. Mercy Kazuma. Dr. Mercy Kazuma, please.
I think Mercy was not able to connect due to technical difficulties, so I've been asked to step in for her. I don't know if you have received this information, or if there have been any changes after that.
호스트가 비디오 테스트하는 비디오 퀘스트 테크니션 그것도
Okay, I was asked to step in because Mercy had difficulty, but I don't know if I see no Mercy is announced. So if that means there have been a change or...
Thank you very much. Maybe Mercy has difficulties coming in, so please.
Yes, yes, then I will just continue. I just want to confirm if there have been any changes. Yes, so my name is Arne Jacobsen, and due to difficulties for Mercy's side to have a good connection, I will just lead this panel. So welcome everyone. I think we will in particular welcome the panel, and we will start with the first presenter in the panel, and that's Oh Nam Kwon from Seoul National University in Korea. So I will just you can just start, and I will keep track on time if you are not to go over time. Please.
Please let me allow to share my slide.
Yes. Someone should allow sharing of slides here, and
Still, I cannot share my slide. Please allow me to share my slide, please.
yes, we are waiting for the technical stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I think you should be able to share your slides, hopefully.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
Not yet.
Can someone give access to the Onam want to share her slides?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Then please.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Great, great. Thank you for the nice instruction, and thank you for the inviting me for this conference. I'm very delighted to be part of this panel, Sub-Team 2, Transition Across the Various Levels of Mathematics Curriculum. I'm Onam Gun from Seoul National University, Korea. Research reviews tells us that there are many key issues in transition on the various levels of mathematics curriculum. These include curriculum alignment and progression, and differences in curriculum contents and expectation, and increased rigor and workload, and development of mathematical maturity, shift in teaching and learning approaches, as well as teacher preparation and professional development, and so on. So these key issues are related to the teaching institution. These key issues can be categorized content discontinuity, such as from arithmetic to algebra. There are a lot of study on these issues. And from the informal geometry to geometry, and from geometry to calculus. So there are many research on the content discontinuity. The other trends are pedagogical discontinuity between the teaching transitions, which is more from the more active to more transmissive pedagogies. Please let me allow that give us examples from the Korean curriculum document. So in Korean curriculum document, we have almost 7 years, we have new revision. So previous revision on the left, but we made a new revision last year. The integration of content system of two school levels between primary school to middle school level was stated in order to make a smooth transition. So in 2015 revision, the big ideas and content system is separately stated, but the new revision, big ideas under the name of the big ideas, content system is integrated. For instance, the connection achievement standard at the primary and middle school level, for instance, let me read that part. In the middle school, achievement standard is learned in primary schools, and students will understand beside the average learned in primary school. And the bottom is the connection of the achievement standard at the middle school and high school level, which that part I'm going to read it. what is learned in middle school and added in high school, and connection with the nature of real numbers and the 4 basic arithmetic operations learned in the middle school. So the connection between the teaching institution is highlighted. So here is some textbooks, examples of textbooks in Korea. On the right-hand side is I'm the key writer for this textbook. So these textbooks, the connection of concepts between grades are emphasized. And new courses for smoothing transition was tried to the Korean math education community. So there are new courses such as basic mathematics, economic mathematics, AI, artificial intelligence mathematics, mathematics and culture, job-related mathematics. One is about, on the left-hand side is middle school to high school transition. And on the right-hand side is a transition between in and out of school mathematics. So we had yesterday wonderful and interesting presentations. So I think 2 is they address about the international comparison study of mathematics curricula on function, on particular mathematics content, function or geometry. And the last one is almost the other presentation is related to teacher education. That means in the transition issues, teacher education plays a key role, it's a vital role. So this is ICMI 13 topical survey group. I was involved, one of the writer. We emphasize that especially the secondary school and university transitions. So each transition involves changes of teaching and learning culture in the relevance of the type of mathematics. The challenge of these 2 bidirectional transitions are what is called a Flex Klein deferred as a double discontinuity from his book, Elementary Mathematics for Higher Standards point. And so in order to overcome or smoothing the double discontinuity to make smooth, teacher knowledge and teacher preparation are very important. Understanding teacher knowledge of mathematics and its impact on teaching and learning is difficult, as become increasingly difficult as complexity and dynamic nature of knowledge has become recognized. For the teacher preparation, there are 2 principal approaches to connecting different kinds of mathematics, which may be mixed. One is that as aspect of new mathematics discourse slowly and step by step, and the work that developed the university level problem studying with school mathematics. So I would like mentioning the new textbook series, sort of textbook series on teacher knowledge, which is impact, is a new series of advanced textbooks which aims to integrate mathematics content teaching with a broader research and theoretical base of mathematics education.
Just to let you know, there are 2 minutes left.
Yes, thank you for noticing me. And the other one is teacher preparation. There is some research groups on these issues, like connecting abstract algebra to secondary mathematics for secondary school, secondary math teachers, and understanding analysis of its connection to secondary mathematics teacher. So these researches on the connection of undergraduate mathematics content to secondary mathematics. So these for these books, there is a model for teaching advanced mathematics for secondary school teachers. building off from and stepping down the teaching practice. So now I'd like to conclude that there is a need for international cooperation or collaboration on challenges of transitions by promoting cross-cultural research, by developing shared research resources and curricula, and sharing best practice and successful initiative, and also fostering collaborative professional development and advocating for the international policy support. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, and thank you for finishing on time. Thank you. We had a very interesting discussion. We will leave question for after all the panelists have finished. So I will then introduce the next panelist, that's Eurico Baldin from Brazil. And I hope Eurico can be able to share her presentation.
Thank you very much, Arne. I will share my.
Very good. And I will apologize. I will notify you when you have 2 minutes left, and it's just to be rude, but just to let you know where you are in your time.
Oh. So thank you very much. My name is Eurico Baldin. I'm a senior professor of mathematics in Brazil, and I work with teacher education, and I'm very happy to be here with you. So today, this is the outline of my talk today. I will make a brief considerations about the two aspects that have been considered in the subtheme 2 so far. And I will then comment on mismatch between teaching and learning habits in basic education, and present some projects that I have worked in this line of research. So two main aspects being discussed for the transition issue are teacher education, as Ona already mentioned, and also the curriculum as an object of investigation of the transition. The presentations yesterday and very profitable talks treated about this teacher education, both for initial teacher education and in-service training with special emphasis. And about the curriculum, the elaboration, planning to implement it, actually implemented, all this analyzed through comparison studies between countries was very profitable. But then, what are the students in this discussion so far? Are there transition issues in the students' learning? So we cannot forget the learners that suffer as well the gaps during the basic education. So the focal question of my talk today is, why does the discontinuity of the attitudes of learning happen between the levels of education, especially between 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th grades, 9th and 10th grades, and between secondary and tertiary levels, as Ona showed in her picture. Between 3rd and 4th, it begins the abstraction of the representation and new ways of thinking about the arithmetic operations, as Isoda's talk showed yesterday about the right terminology. It's the vocabulary. And the 5th and 6th grades correspond to the pre-algebra stage of learning. It means that they start the thinking in generalization of the operations in new domain of mathematics, number, to make sense of a number. And the 9th and 10th grades represent the variational thinking, as Abraham Archive already mentioned about the variation, and start to think about the function that towards the leap to the high school level. So we are climbing up the picture of Ona and between secondary and tertiary levels. So these are the main leaps of learning habits, the change of learning habits. So what we notice about the connection between all these leaps is the language of communication for mathematical concepts and ideas. Abstraction to use correct terminology, the logical ordering or argumentation and the perception of the flow of the procedures. Already in the procedures, we need the language of right communication and to understand the meaning of problem posing and problem solving as learning habits to connect the mother tongue to the mathematics language of the conceptual and the procedural learning of the curriculum content to make sense of all the mathematics learning. So the mismatch between the teaching paradigm and the learning habits of the students is the main issue about the transitions. So some previous experiences of a lesson study is the way I found to change the paradigm of teaching. And this international collaboration for classes in basic education was made as the CAMP project, as Maitri said, Frederic Leon said about the initiative of international community. So in APEC Tsukuba 2010, I presented some results of a lesson study connected to teacher education and the learning habits to filling this gap. And in the IACOM 8, I will show some experience, and on ICDME 2022, I discussed about the agency of the several levels of the teaching and the learning. So this is the IACOM 8 presentation with collaboration between Brazil, Chile, and Japan about the STEM cross-border lesson on energy for basic education under APEC lesson study project. So in the topic study group of a flexibility in mathematics curriculum for 6th grade. So we have this classroom in Brazil talked in Portuguese, and in the screen we have the synchronized classroom in Chile talked in Spanish. And so we surpassed the barrier of mother tongue to understand and perform a common plan, lesson plan on the energy. So the joy of students, interactions through cross-border classroom, real-time synchronization, and this is the Brazilian classroom picture, and this is the Chile. And the lesson was replicated in Peru also with the same worksheet, each country with own language, but understanding the question, have we been responsible in energy consumption? It's a global issue of the ambiental problem. So the curriculum content of 6th grade was introduced to understand and to work in the mathematics, each country in its own language, but doing the universal context of mathematics. So focusing on the secondary, tertiary transition, as Ona highlighted in her talk, there are many issues being discussed in the community, international community, because even those students, very successful students in high school, when entered the university level, they drop out because they face the language and the way of transmission of the mathematics in completely different way. So the language is the main issue to connect these different levels of transition leaps. The language and the communication of higher mathematics is the main difficulties identified in many international studies. And is a reflection of the gap between high school and higher mathematical by mechanized teaching in procedures. So the education research categorized the 3 aspects important to investigate the discussion of the transition theme. Of course, about the cognitive aspect of conceptual mathematics content, but the social aspect, context of learning environment, and the change of educational practice, the methodologies, but also the affective emotional aspect about interaction, welcoming, communication, the learning environment to proceed. So the affective emotional, aspect was already mentioned by Raimundo Olfo's talk. So this motivational experience started the 2022 date in UFSCar, my institution. It was innovative experience about the offer of a pre-calculus course during the pandemic. So it was the opportunity for us to change in the whole the paradigm of teaching, to learn about the distance education techniques, taking an approach of ICT digital platform, and elaborating new teaching and learning materials. And then the impactful results of the courses in the areas of exact science was the change of perceptions and the communication skills to teach, listen to the student's voice, communicating mathematical ideas, self-evaluation, and more. The most interesting aspect of this course is that the public offered was the university freshmen, students who failed in calculus courses, high school students, high school teachers, other professional people, and ordinary citizens. Everybody interested in mathematics could enroll to this course. So we had more than 1,500 public enrolled from various regions of Brazil, thanks to the technology. So we evaluated the perception of students about the personal satisfaction, the didactic pedagogical organization of this offer, the pedagogical mediation of the instructors, and overall evaluation. So the course is now included in the academic calendar. Between the ordinary university courses, this first pre-calculus course is included in academic calendar. So I'm finishing. So about the knowledge for teaching, as Ono already mentioned about the teacher knowledge, and across the curriculum, the recognition of the University of Mathematical concepts and ideas, but the local context and the societal environment interfere in the implementation of the planned curriculum, and the importance of the communication language and the correct interpretation of the terminology in each level. So active methodology for the learning of mathematics, I point out the lesson study habits, problem solving, and interdisciplinary projects. So the references, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Yuriko. Thank you. So if you can stop sharing, we will. Thank you so much. The next panelist is Tsukuba Baba. I hope I am not too wrong with your name. From Japan. It's my pleasure to give you the opportunity to present.
Can
I see you already. I can hear you and I can see you. Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I can see. So I will just give you a short note when you have 2 minutes left. Please.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm very happy to be invited here for the presentation. My name is Tsukuba Baba. I'm from Hiroshima University, Japan. But I'm not going to talk about Hiroshima or Japan. I'd like to talk about our collaboration with Zambia. As many speakers already talked, the transitional issue is both teachers and students face some difficulty as they transition from various levels. Besides, developing countries suffers poor quality of education, especially at the back of it, I feel weakness of curriculum study. And for that, Japanese government tried to offer some of the support to developing country in the form of ODA, Official Development Assistance. And there were 126 projects between 1994 to 2015, and 68% is math and science education, especially focusing on teacher education. So university in Japan, including Tsukuba, our university has got two contexts of internationalization. One is ODA context, and the other one is a global pressure, like writing an academic paper in English, something like that, competition among the, But as Frederick Lyon mentioned yesterday, we put more emphasis on cooperation. So I'm going to talk about ODA context on cooperation. In fact, Hiroshima University has been associated with Zambia, University of Zambia, for the last 20 years. We have exchanged students and lecturers between two universities. We invite them or we visited them, and received also personnel from Ministry of Education because they form a core of their self-effort or self-help. This is important concept in the field of development or international cooperation. I will come back to that point later. Currently, MOE, University of Zambia, and Hiroshima University has got a joint project called Zambia Numeracy Competence Assessment. This is one of the examples which I want to refer to. Here is a picture we have seen just last September. So when I talk about self-help, actually, there is a theory behind it. Left side, you can see modernization theory. This is economics or sociology context where less developed country can borrow or can import some of the idea from more developed country. And that imported ideas can be given to school teacher. While right side, endogenous development, this is again sociological term. Local expert try to find out some of the knowledge within. In fact, school teacher creates some of the day-to-day craft knowledge, and local expert role is theorizing it. So what is the role of expert, us, from outside? So I can rather grasp the role of external expert like this. We cooperate with local expert and theorize of craft knowledge. At the same time, we try to give the feedback to the school teacher. So lesson study can sometimes be used for this kind of interaction. Joint project which we are doing at this moment is Ministry of Education, University of Zambia, Hiroshima University are concerned about extremely poor performance of the student. And we try to develop a project, as I said. Since 2019, we conduct this research project, and we started very, very fundamental things. It's because, look at this data. This is not PISA or team study. Rather, this is a regional study within Africa. The Zambia is one of the least poorest performance among them all. In fact, most of the students belongs to below zero. That means many of them don't reach to the requirement, minimum requirement. Does that mean they cannot do anything? I don't think so. So please look at the right side. 96 divided by 16. Their calculation in column is a bit messy. But if you see that interesting diagram, you can see a lot of, short vertical lines. In fact, there is 96 vertical lines. And after that, the student grouping by using the curve. So the first, 16, second 16, third 16, like that. So I can't say they don't, have an idea. They must have an idea. But unfortunately, the assessment doesn't really capture what they have. So we try to develop some kind of assessment tools. Actually, this is the assessment which is famous in Australia, PASA, Pattern and Structure Assessment. Try to understand student level of understanding. This some of the hidden part. Try to guess that what is hidden in that part. Depending upon the student answers, student level of cognition is judged. We employ this, but not directly. We try to adjust to Zambian context or curriculum. This is just one example of task-based interview. and I'm appearing that. So we are conducting the interview like this. But the task is very simple. 50, 370, 160, which is bigger? Most of the students can say 370 is the biggest one. And even they can plot the point along the number line. And yet, when we ask the reason why 370 is biggest, either they keep quiet or they simply say, because it is bigger. So they don't really have a language to explain their understanding. So tentative findings, children understanding is fragile. Depending upon how you ask, the student cannot really answer your questions. So through carefully devised interview, we can find what they can do. But there are some interesting findings as well. Representation of number line or tiles. Some of them can express numbers, but some of the interesting phenomena, some children count like 0.2, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, blah, blah, blah, 0.9, 0.10. So you can understand what they mean. Most of the children can plot the point, but not tell the reason which is bigger. And what is impressive is university lecturers, MOE personnel try to develop a local language, nyanja, expression for interviewing. And they themselves find, student can do this. In fact, many of the assessment tells student cannot do nothing, cannot do anything. But in fact, through this approach, we can find many of the things which we can, the student can do. So summary, through the development of these assessment tools, we try to formulate some of the professional local knowledge. We talk what to measure and try to develop some kind of task to measure that competence. And we see many of the interesting student conception, including misconception. Here, local external experts cooperate in discussing and creating local professional knowledge. If you are interested in this project, please have a look at this. I had brief comments for yesterday's presentation. Critical transition for secondary school teachers, it is important to concern professionals to discuss based practical case. 2, curriculum analysis. To understand the curriculum is foundational, yes, but how can we find the direction for future through comparison? Cascade model, rehearsal coaching complement the weakness of the cascade model, yes, but how can we make this sustainable? Early child care, quality of ECC is important, yes. How is cognitive, emotional, social diversity taken in this? And 2, problem posing, it is important to address higher cognitive skills. How are they related to the exam? So thank you very much. This is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And then I think we should just proceed immediately to the last panelist today. And I'd like to introduce Viviane Douin-Gouet from University of Montpellier in France. I hope you are able to share your presentation.
Yes, I hope so.
Yes, it looks good. This is promising.
Yeah. So I think now it's okay.
Yes, I can hear you. I can see your presentation. And okay. I will just give you a short note when you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much. So it has already been mentioned by Onam. I will speak a little bit of the challenge of Klein double discontinuity. From the transition, so I am something to okay, I am sorry, but I can read my slides because yeah, okay. So this question of double I am sorry. I just don't know what happens. Yeah, okay. You see my, no, you do not see my screen now. So
maybe you try sharing again. We'll see.
Yes, I am trying sharing again. I am sorry. Yeah. Okay. So this question of challenge of double. So the research on the transition between secondary education and university education, in the sense, wide sense of post-secondary education, including all kind of upper secondary education, have been developed for long in various mathematical fields. We can see from the paper by Godet in 2008 that has already been mentioned. More recently, work has been carried out on what is referred to in the literature as Klein double discontinuity. For example, you can see the paper by Winslow and Grobach in 2013. These research are consistent with the view developed by Felix Klein, who point out that university mathematics and school mathematics seems to have few connections. This is also in a paper by Jeremy Kilpatrick in 2019. This question is still relevant today, especially since many future mathematics teachers share the idea that university mathematics does not meet the needs of their future profession. There are therefore two challenges. On the one hand, to highlight for students the links between university mathematics and the school mathematics, and on the other hand, provide future teachers with access to effective tools for their didactic work. Considering together these two transitions, shed light on a more general educational issue. In educational system, in general, transitions from a lower level to an upper level are often seen as a kind of overcoming. The knowledge developed previously are considered as non-relevant, so that they have to be replaced by the new ones. At university, in mathematics major tracks, it is not seldom for students to hear that, until now, you have not done mathematics. And this is an encouragement to students to consider that there are no links between what they have learned at secondary school and what they are learning in their university mathematics studies, and to depreciate their intuitive thinking. As pointed by the Fields awardee Terence Tao in his blog, this is also the case for the transition from undergraduate studies to master degree, that is counterproductive. And this is even more problematic for future mathematics teachers, whatever the level, from primary school to university. So what about the transition from undergraduate studies to master degrees, preparing students to become secondary mathematics teachers? From experience and from international literature, it happens that many prospective teachers consider that what they have learned at university has nothing to see with what they will have to teach. Following Klein's second discontinuity, this is a challenge that needs to be addressed by educators. In particular, looking elementary mathematics from a higher standpoint. We consider that the reverse is also needed, looking university mathematics from a lower standpoint. And transitivity is an example of this point of view that I will share with you now. It is well known that fresh university students face difficulties to apprehend order relation, and more generally, to give a concrete meaning to the properties of binary relations. However, some of these properties, for example, transitivity, are used in action from the very beginning of primary school. Here is an example. Consider two concrete finite collections, C1 and C2. They can be compared in terms of their size, thanks to the one-to-one correspondence, as soon as it can be realized with a concrete object at stake. As soon as this is not concretely realizable, for example, because the object cannot be moved, then one can use an intermediate concrete collection C0, but can be easily moved. For example, small tokens or everything else that is easily to move and to have in great number. Then, if C1 and C0, respectively C0 and C2, have the same size, then you can infer that C1 and C2 have the same size. So this is exactly transitivity. The next step is to use an intermediate collection, an initial section of the set of natural numbers, and to consider that the measure of the size of a collection in one-to-one correspondence with an initial section 1, 2, until n is the maximum n of this initial section. The answer to the question, how much, which is the canonical representative of the equivalent class of a relation to have the same size as. So we can see that there are one-to-one correspondence, there is transitivity, there is equivalent class, there is canonical representative that are present in action. Of course, it is not the case that we teach this at primary school, but in action they are here, and there are experiments by the students. When you move to university, transitivity is defined as a property of binary relation by, for all x, for all y, for all z, if x, y are in relation and y, z are in relation, then x, z are in relation. And this is a predicative form of a concept in action of transitivity, using the words by Vergniaud in his paper of 2009. Considering this context of a size of discrete finite collection, it appears that the binary relation to have the same size or to have a greater size than is not antisymmetric. Indeed, from C1 as the same size or as a greater size than C2 and C2 as the same size or a greater size than C1, we do not conclude that C1 equals C2. The conclusion is that C1 has the same size as C2, and we see here the equivalence relation. Consequently, this is not an order relation, but a pre-order relation. And considering now an equivalent class of a relation to have the same size as, it contains an initial section of the set n of natural numbers that can be considered the canonical representative of a class. This echoes for what happened for the comparison of the size of infinite sets, the set of natural number being the canonical representative of a class of denumerable set. In this respect, what is developed at primary school shed light on what has to be learned in higher education. I move now to an information about an international online seminar, the FUME seminar from Université Mathématique to Mathematics Education, which was co-organized by Nicolas Grenier-Bollet of the University of Normandy and myself from September 2021 until November 2022. And ONAM was one of the presenters in this seminar. The seminar was intended to present recent research on questions linked to clients' double discontinuity, in particular work conducted by young researchers, including PhD students. The presentation are focused on well-identified mathematical fields: calculus, arithmetic, discrete mathematics, geometry, integration, logic, probability, topology. Avenues for the training of university teacher training has been considered. 13 sessions were held from September 2021 to November 2022, and a special issue of the international journal Recherche en didactique des mathématiques will be published online in open access in 2024, with a majority of text in English. The speaker, title, and abstract are available online on this archive text. And I just want to say that the journal Recherche en didactique des mathématiques is a trilingual journal with paper in French, English, and Spanish. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Vivian. Now we have some time for questions to all the panelists, and I have written in the chat that you can write question into the chat, and if someone at the YouTube channel have questions, they should, we have people that they will bring them into our chat. So as of now, I have not seen any question, but I know we are just finished with Vivian. So if anyone has something they would like to ask the panelists. I know we had a very nice presentation. They were different topics, but anyone who want to ask something? If not, I have a question to Tsukuba about you mentioned the
Maitri is.
Oh, Maitri is raising his hand there. Yeah, I didn't see. I was looking in the chat. Thank you for raising.
Yes, yes.
You can come with the question.
Thanks the all panelists. As we perceive always the discontinuity between school mathematics and university mathematics. So what is really the continuity of this continuity? Can you share your idea? Why this always discontinuity? But we would like to know the continuity or the consistency of this discontinuity.
Yes, maybe I can just give some element of answer to your question. One of the idea when I speak of this idea of looking higher mathematics education from lower mathematics education is a way to think that it is not the case that we have to forget everything we have learned previously. There is really a continuity of a concept. Of course, there are this concept in action that you use and concept that you use as tool, and then at some moment they become concept that we will use and that you will continue to use that tool and begin to study as object. For example, order relation. I have spoke from primary school because it is very strong to see this importance of transitivity when you are learning for elaborating the concept of number at primary school, and then when you arrive at university, it seems that the students have no idea of the reason of these properties. And so this idea, I think it's something very important to think a back and forth between the different level. I remember when I was a teacher trainer for primary school teachers, once I had a meeting between a teacher in preschool and teacher in primary school, so grade one, from grade 1, and the other one, because in France we have school from 3 to 6. And it was very interesting because those who were teaching at grade 6 and 7, they say at grade 1 and 2, they said, we didn't imagine that you did so many things in mathematics in preschool. And those who were working at preschool said, we did not imagine how important was what we were doing in math with our students. So I think it's something, if we want to break this idea that there is discontinuity at every time that we change the level, it's very important to think of this back and forth and to make teachers work together at this level. So this is, I think, a very important point. And I think it's nearly in every country we have to think about this.
Thank you. Yuriko, you have a comment or a question to?
Yes. I'd like very much to comment on this discontinuity. And it's very important thing that the Viviana pointed to us, the higher mathematics from a lower point of view. And I have seen in the teacher education, much teaching materials, ludic games, gamifications, and concrete materials. So the important thing is that to work out the ideas in the language that the children can understand, but then to summarize, to show what is doing mathematics. That is that through the games and the teaching materials and concrete manipulation, we must know how to represent the making sense for the children to represent, to understand the language of symbolic representation, to understand what have been done through the games and the manipulations. So the equivalence property, the transitivity of the equality that Viviana said, it's the starting point, it's the opening gate for the mathematical thinking. Because of course, this idea of equivalence permeated all the flow of mathematics curriculum. For example, in geometry, for the congruence, we don't say that the one triangle is equal to other, but we say that they are congruent. And the similarity, what is it? And then the rational numbers, why the fractions are equivalent? What does it mean, equivalence? So the equivalence and the comparison between objects, mathematical objects, to understand the equivalent class and the quotient as a new object to deal with the algebraic structure. This is the flow of algebraic and abstraction thinking, way of doing mathematical thinking. So I am doing some teacher education seminars to teach teachers how to connect these apparently isolated concepts between the grades. So thank you, Viviane, for bringing this opening gate. This is mine as well. And I work with the client project since the beginning, the first client design team. And this is really a very good mission for us, mathematicians and mathematics educators, to understand the double continuity from up to bottom and bottom to up. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Yuriko. I see we have a question now from the YouTube channel. I can read it, or you who are on the panel can also read it, but I can read it out loud. So what should be done to make the interconnection between the levels clear and simple? Many mathematics teachers don't put these interconnection between levels in their mind. So this is the question from Yaya Sani. So can we, maybe someone would like to comment to that in the panel?
I can make some comment. Dialogue. Yes. We must know how to talk, socialize, understand, hearing. So listening to the students, listening to the teachers, and understand what they want to know and what we as a mathematics educators want them to know. If we don't have this connection, it's unclear. So this dialogue and the socialization, and to be humble, to listen, not to put your ideas, but understand what the doubts and what the difficulties. So this is.
Anyone else at the panel who would like to comment on that?
Yeah, just to say that I fully agree with what Yuriko said. I think we should be aware that the teacher, they know many things that we have to learn as educators, what they know, and to share what we know in order to elaborate a teacher training which might be efficient. So it should not be up bottom, neither bottom up. It is really once for dialogue. Maybe dialectical is also a correct word for this. We should do it.
So now I see we have a shared screen here from anyway. Anyone more else in the panel who would like to make a comment?
I can't see what's the question.
No, I don't. There's no new question. There's no new question. I don't know who, there's some shared screen now, but I don't know what that is. But I had a question to, oh, I think I saw a hand here now. Let's see. Yes, Takaya Baba, you had I see you raising your hand, but you have to unmute yourself, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And anyway, what you discussed is, I agree, but I would like to take to my case. In fact, University of Zambia, they are familiar with a lot of mathematics, but those knowledge in the university cannot be really applied to understand little kids, what they are doing. So we really have to think about how we can ask that little kids, grade 1, grade 2. And that was a difficult part. So some things very essential mathematically, but come down to the level of the children. So how we should ask the students. And in fact, as I show in my presentation, many of the students do count one by one. So even 40, 50, they do count. And it's amazing, without a mistake, they are able to count. So I wonder, they may have some particular way of looking at the things, but that's implicit. So what kind of task we develop is really important pedagogical task for us, mathematics education researchers. And certainly it's very difficult for us to move up, but at the same time, moving down or coming down to the student levels, utilizing higher levels of mathematics or mathematics education knowledge is also very important, difficult.
Yes. But I had a question to you also related to your presentation. I thought it was very interesting when I think you said they were able to place the numbers on the number line, but they couldn't see which one was the largest, even though they placed them correctly. And I think you said something that it was the missing of language, or can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Probably very simple way of explaining it is they have never been asked, the children. So teachers are not interested in asking the reason. So that is a general practice in Zambia classroom. That's one important point. So when we ask students why, they thought their answer is wrong. That's why teacher is asking. But we have to change the school culture, classroom culture. But suppose they do understand the relative position along the number line and the size of number is correlated. That's what they have to explain. But that kind of language, the student doesn't have it. At the same time, most probably even teacher.
Okay, thank you. We still have more time for questions or comments from the panel if they, let me check here if there's more. I cannot see more questions. So Eureka, you have your hand up again, or is it the same hand?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When we are talking to children, to teachers, it's not just asking to evaluate them, to judge them, but also to show that the important thing is the conversation and to hear each other. And then any mistake is the open gate to do mathematics. So the error analysis as a way of learning, to put away their thinking and to perceive themselves that the right way is ahead with their own potential and their own capability. I think that is the pedagogical and social affective potential of mathematics education, so that everyone can climb their knowledge to build their knowledge. So I think that this is our mission and our task. So we must make the mathematics education more human and effective, and the this is the legacy of the whole humanity as a mathematical, the knowledge of human knowledge. So we are part of this. So we have this mission. So the error analysis and the tests for the ranking and the competition is part of our human nature. But this is part, but not bring the happiness for all the education. So to humanize the mathematics, the universal context of mathematics, to bring to the local context, to praising the local habits about counting, for example, to show the way to thinking ahead, and they to perceive the utility of the mathematics through the centuries and the millenniums of our efforts, the human effort, to reach this kind of mathematical language. I think that this is to make the complicated more easier to be accepted to everybody. This is my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One we have before the
maybe.
break. So, or comment, please.
Yeah, so maybe it's a comment to a previous intervention. I think the question that was raised, we never asked the students what we do, why they do it, and if what we do is correct. So as researcher in mathematics education of French tradition, we worked a lot when we designed a didactic situation with a theory of didactical situation by Guy Brousseau, who precisely give us methodologic tool to design this kind of situation. What I presented is something that has been already developed by Brousseau in more wide way. And so the idea is that to help students to recognize what we do in action, to ask them to formulate what they do in small group with their pair, then to present what they have formulated, and then to discuss it and to discuss the validity of what they did. Is it correct? Is it not correct? Does it answer to the question? And this way of designing is very, very important, and it is a tool that the prospective teachers and also in-service teacher can rather easily take for them as tool, as methodologic tool. There are parts in the theory which are more difficult and that we do not need to give to every teacher. But this way of designing and also didactical engineering is very strongly related to this. So at primary school, it was something that we used a lot, and that allowed the teachers also to understand themselves the mathematics that are involved in what they propose to their students, because they provide their students, they do this one-to-one correspondence. I think everywhere in the world at some moment we do a one-to-one correspondence when we want to learn a number, and but they didn't know that this has a strong mathematical meaning. So I think it's very important, and this kind of design is something very important. So this is an aspect. Of course, there are other theoretical framework who allow this, but I speak of a framework that I know well, and I can say that methodologically it is very efficient as well for primary school teacher and secondary school teacher.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Lilian. We are running out of time now, but I just want to wrap up with, I see there's a comment or question in the chat to what Yuriko said about arrows. It's from Catherine. I agree totally, Yuriko, but arrows bring shame to the one who committed errors. How do we deal with that? Can you give a short comment, Yuriko, to that? And then I think we should wrap up. Just a short comment.
Thank you, Catherine, for your comment, because this is very important. Because of the fear to show yourself, the students are very shy because they want the validating of the teacher. Teacher, is it right? It's not correct. It's not the same answer as they wrote. They always started to erasing because they want to be admitted by the teacher and certified that this is doing well, and so. my idea and that I put in practice during my orientation and the pedagogical orientations is to talk about this error with that. Do you think this is right? No, this is not the question. But if you think about this situation, your idea is working. Do you think that this answer it's answering to the situation problem? So let's talk together. Wow, I know how to correct this. So to bring up the authorship of the way of constructing the building, it's not very easy because the teachers are used to say, you are right, you are wrong. So it's the evaluation, the assessment methods. It's wrong. It's not to constructing knowledge because everybody has own knowledge and made a mistake with the knowledge. So they must step forward. So this is the way I'm trying. And I have witnesses the change of the learning, the joy of students. Now I understand mathematics. Now I like more mathematics because they were admitted. They feel that they are part. This is inclusive education. Inclusive, not the comparison that you are right and you are below the knowledge. You didn't achieve the educational goals. No, educational goals are constructed with everybody, researchers, teachers, administrators, and the policymakers, and so on. So I'm sorry.
I know this is very strong on you, so I thank you for that. I think we should take the panel now for bringing us into a very active discussion here and question, and I'm sure some of you can also continue this conversation. We should have a few minutes now, and again, thank you to the panel, and then we have a short break before the next session will start. So thank you everyone for participating so far, and then we'll have a short break. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together, our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future.
Okay, we will proceed to next session, short oral presentations of theme 3, and welcome to our session chair, Perry Anon, please.
Yes, so we will start now the sequence of short oral presentation for the sub-theme 3 about the challenge of the post-pandemic and post-pandemic on the teaching and learning of mathematics. And our first speaker will be Warburn Pritchapon from CRICED-UT, Malaysia, who will speak on mathematics teacher challenges in implementing online training during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, Warburn, this is for you.
A very good morning and a very good evening to everyone. I would like to share my screen.
Yes.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect. So you have 10 minutes. I will, as before, I will warn you 2 minutes before the end.
Okay, thank you very much, the chair. Then my name is Warburn Pritchapon from CRICED-UT, Penang, Malaysia. The title of my presentation is Mathematics Teachers' Challenges in Implementation Online Training During COVID-19 Pandemic. Sorry. The outline of my presentation is Introduction, Online Training, Issues and Challenges for Implementation, and Summary. As you know, the COVID-19 outbreak in various countries has caused changes, especially the education sector, such as school closure and the transition from face-to-face to online teaching and learning. CRICED is one of the 26 CMO centers, which the mission to train mathematics teachers for CMO member countries. Pre-pandemic, the training was conducted face-to-face, but during pandemic, the online training was considered an immediate decision. So during the pandemic, CRICED received the nomination of mathematics teacher from Ministry of Education among CMO member countries, namely Brunei, Cambodia, Laos PDR, Indonesia, Philippines, Myanmar, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. Then the courses for conducting for teacher, there are 2 regular courses for mathematics teacher in a fiscal year. It was funded by Malaysian government for 2 teachers for each course from each country. During the implementation, the online training, the online regular courses for Southeast Asian mathematics teachers were organized and conducted by CRICED, and CRICED assigned the course supervisor to organize the course. We using Google Workspace platform. So most of the teachers know how to use Google Meet for the participant to attend the class, so that during the online class, we have the attendance report, as you can see from the bottom of this screen. Immediately once the participant log in, and also we also know what time the how long and what time the participant log out, so that we know how the powerful of the internet connection. Each course had a duration of 4 weeks, 2 weeks for input on the course contents and pedagogy for mathematics teaching and learning, and the other 2 weeks for implementation and report. The participants were assigned the tasks before they are going to implement for peer tryout and school tryout, especially preparing the lesson plan, teaching strategies, teaching materials, and how to assess students' learning. The participants have to form the groups from different countries, discussing and planning the lesson with their group members to prepare lesson plan for peer tryout or school tryout in the 3rd week. The peer tryout and school tryout was recorded by the participant and submitted together with their report to Simeo exam. Then the course supervisor also call for meeting through Google Meet before they are going to prepare the lesson, to prepare the lesson plan, to prepare the teaching material. And also after that, we can organize the session for the meeting. When the participant prepare the video after they do the tryout, they also have to meet with each other for the briefing session after the tryout, so that they can improve the teaching and learning and also improve their teaching materials. And these are some activity during some country. They plan using the same lesson plan with different country in their own group, so that different from the face-to-face. For the face-to-face, they have to prepare one lesson plan and choose one demo teacher to teach in Malaysian classroom. But for online, this is the benefit of the online teaching and learning. They prepare the lesson plan among their own group, and also they have to try out with their own student, own school, in own country. This we can see the planning for their own country. This, for example, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, and Philippines, they do the peer tryout. The other country, they do the school tryout. Some of the participants try out face-to-face, some they do the online teaching. And also some preparation for the teacher during they do the tryout and teach in their own classroom. The issue and challenges for implementation, the participants responded the evaluation by the end of each week. These are some issues that the participant responded and stated from that. As you can see, they mentioned that online teaching and learning are new for them, so that during the pandemic, they have to learn something new. Then the internet connection is not stable because they are in the remote area. And the cost of the internet connection very high in the remote areas. And also some of them, they lack of basic skill in ICT. Because at the end of the course, they have to submit the video from their student tryout. And also some of them mentioned that difficulty of conducting hands-on activity. For summary, the online regular courses were conducted in Southeast Asian for mathematics teacher at Simeo exam, which challenged participants to improve their teaching
2 minutes.
and ICT skill, even though participants were facing with many obstacles during attending the 4-week course. They also stated that online teaching and learning challenges to improve ICT skills, and it is very convenient to call the group for discussion. The online teaching is essential for the teaching and learning in the future. Thank you very much. That's all from my presentation.
Thank you very much, Warborn. Now we will go to the next speaker, Diego Solis from University of Tsukuba, Japan, who will speak for a large group working on the CMO school network. Diego, this is your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Pierno, for introducing me. As you're saying, I'm Diego Solis, a former researcher of CRICED in the University of Tsukuba, Japan, and I'll be presenting on behalf of a big group of colleagues that prepared online courses for elementary mathematics education on the CMO school network. Today, I would like to talk on 4 points: the initial stage of the program itself. Then I would like to mention a little bit about the elaboration of the program, then discuss information about the implementation itself of the program, and then finally, I would like to talk about some of the future plans and the way forward after this program was created. So first of all, in terms of the initial stage of this online course, I would like to mention that it's been about 20 years since the APEC Lesson Study Network started, and this brought in a lot of colleagues that were interested on collaborating together. And this is something that came from years of collaboration that ended in a big group of people trying to work together in a very collaborative spirit. This added in the year 2020 with a project that came in with the support of CMO called the C-Teacher program that involved choosing students from Southeast Asia to bring representatives of their countries into Japan for teacher training. This was an idea that originally came into 2020, but as you already know, during that year, we had initial restrictions for travel. So the plan had to come into a full stop because the face-to-face interactions were prohibited. Now, this gave a big opportunity to keep the collaboration, but in a new platform. And this is how the program that originally was built for a small amount of teachers in a face-to-face platform in Japan became into what finally was created, an online platform with online courses. This also gave a new opportunity to expand the program itself to more participants and also to try to include other countries also into the project. I would like to extend here the collaborative spirit of the program itself, something that fits perfectly with the conference that is uniting us today, especially because the University of Tsukuba is an affiliated member of CMO, and also because there's been connections with people in the region, not only with the symposium that is done every year, also with materials that have been created in the past, for example, the curriculum standards, CBES, CCRLS, and then finally with this project that was called CMO School Network that involved colleagues from different countries. So this is the context in which the online courses were designed first. In the elaboration itself of the program, I would like to mention that it had different colleagues from various countries: Japan, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Chile, Mexico, and the Philippines, in a program that was designed as pre-recorded lessons with an average duration of 45 minutes and then live streamed every week on YouTube. This allowed then participants to be able to watch and participate for the lessons either twice a week or once a week, depending on the course. Here you can see on my screen the colleagues as part of the courses last year and parts of the lessons themselves. The course was basically designed for discussing contents on mathematical education, but later on we realized that there was an opportunity to extend that into other disciplines. So last year also discussions around international baccalaureate and geography were also discussed. Right now, in terms of the conference itself, we're interested in mathematics education. So I would like to say that the courses that were developed for that were focused on how to develop mathematical thinking, focusing on primary school level mathematics by using some of the materials that were created in the past, for example, the CMU curriculum standards, and using the Japanese elementary school textbooks. In this case, we were using the English-based editions from Gakutosho. Here are parts of the discussions of the course. On the left side, you see the definition, introduction of what is multiplication, and then the difference between cardinal numbers and ordinal numbers, for example, as part of this course. The course itself was certified by CRICED as part of the University of Tsukuba, but it also had support from the CMU Secretariat. I would like to say here that we had several sessions with the director, Dr. Ethel Valenzuela, that was encouraging participants to come and register for the courses themselves. As for the implementation of the program itself, after the incorporation of the other disciplines, we had in total five courses, 3 for mathematics education and 1 each for geography and international baccalaureate, with a total participation of almost 10,000 students, ranging from all the way from March in 2021 and ending last year in June 2022. So we would like to say that we were happy to have this new platform in terms of a huge amount of participation in terms of the online courses themselves. As of materials and schedule themselves, they are still available right now. We decided to create a website where students were able to go back to the materials, to check the materials and read them again if they wanted to, and also have access to the lessons if they needed so after the lesson itself was live streamed. And also it was very important for the program itself to be able to verify the attendance and for students to reflect on the lesson itself. So students were able to fill in a questionnaire after each lesson and also participate on questions and answers after each lesson. And this was very important to verify the interactions with the participants and also to allow them to participate in the course itself. So they were able to bring in their questions and then have additional sessions outside of the lesson itself to discuss their questions. Here you can see you have access using those QR codes if you're interested on checking those lessons and also to review some of the materials that were created for the course itself that will be shared as long as the website is available. Until now, you can have access for free for all of those materials. Now, in terms of the course itself and how this brought people together to create a new platform in order to share materials from the region and from different educational contexts, we would like to say that there is a plan going forward in terms of how this type of general course that involves people from different countries can have their local adaptation of the courses. This is something that already started with the case of Indonesia, in which the course that was originally given in English is now adapted into Bahasa, and then with specific details surrounding their own textbooks. So this is something that was a discussion brought by colleagues from their particular country. So this is something that's been done and that will be available soon. So this is something that was very important in terms of the course itself, not to focus in a general manner, but to talk about specific details of each country. Number two is how the program itself is was able to bring in other disciplines. The idea will be to keep that extension. That will require, of course, having the availability of colleagues from those specific disciplines and join the program itself. This is something that was allowed because of the collaborative spirit of the program itself. Something that is, I mean, it's a big discussion still, is how can you improve and talk about the evaluation and assessment of the program itself, and then which is the final impact of the participation in the program, and then how participants see changes in their practice on the day-to-day working program. Thank you. So this is something that is big in terms of the program itself, particularly after this big change came into our lives with COVID, is participants are coming into the course, but how the course is bringing change into their practice. So this is something that is still on the works in terms of how this can be measured, and also how those changes bring modifications of the course itself. So this is a big concern in terms of how online platforms and online courses work into the future. So this is something that, of course, will need a lot of attention, particularly if you want the online courses to keep growing in quality and also in terms of impact for the future. This is the fourth point in terms of partnership that has been focal for this course itself. It's impossible to be able to bring colleagues from more than 8 different countries and then being able to share the discussions into their own regions. This is something that I think it's the nature of the conference right now, how that collaborative spirit brings people together in order to create materials and discussions that are useful for the future. I think that the pandemic itself gave us that opportunity to keep that nature, and I think that this is something that can be nurtured for the future, and that the program itself will be able to help in that need, in those needs. And then finally, I would like to say that there's still an effort to keep the program going on. So I would like to say that the next online course is on the process of being created, and I would like to thank colleagues from different countries that already worked with us for this program, that are interested in keeping this process of discussing contents in mathematics and trying to improve their practice for the future. So I think I'm out of time now, so I will leave the discussion of the online course here, and I hope that this space in which we can discuss and work together will bring us to for future times and also to bring in better discussions for the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Diego, for this talk. Our next speaker is Habibe Güneş from Firat University, Elazig, Turkey. So Habibe, the floor is yours.
Habibe and I are together, so I'm going to start. Habibe, would you like to say hi first?
Excuse me, I gave the wrong speaker because I so I will. There are 2 presenters, and the speaker will be İpek Sarala Aras from Ministry of National Education, Turkey. Excuse me, please.
That's all right.
So,
thank you.
please.
Not a problem.
So, let's make this. I've just shared my screen. So hello everybody. As Pierre already introduced, I'm İpek from the Ministry of National Education. We are going to talk about a study conducted together with Habibe. Would you like to introduce yourself, Habibe?
No, we will continue, İpek. Thank you so much. Because of my voice, it's very loud in here.
Yeah, she has
I
to
will
voice
mute.
over there. She's from Prague University, So I, as a national education expert, and she as a researcher at the university, we conducted a study together to investigate pre-service math teachers' digital teaching material development processes after the COVID-19. As we all know, with the COVID-19, there was an emergency distance education started in many countries, and these include Turkey as well. But we tried to have a look whether teachers, students, and all needed were ready for such distance education, and specifically focus on the math teachers. We found that after global pandemics, earthquakes that we lived recently in February, probably you already knew from the news, health issues and other disasters, we need sometimes emergency distance education. And for this, starting from COVID-19, we started to change the world, not necessarily sometimes there is a need for mass distance education, and this includes Turkey as well. So recently we lived earthquake, and we conduct interviews with teachers. Specifically, as I'm a math teacher, we focus on math teachers, and we've seen that they lost all the materials they have, all the schools were destroyed, and after seeing all this, we tried to find something to help them. But first, we needed to know what they actually need. So we asked them. So there were some learning losses and student-parent related problems. So there are so many issues to solve. Considering all these, still students needed to learn mathematics. For this, we decided to improve teacher skills. But as we do not have immediate access to teachers, and last year pre-service teachers will be the teachers soon, after June, so we decided to work with them. Seeing the case in Turkey, we have seen there's so many asynchronous videos broadcast by the ministry. There is a curriculum change in mathematics, and these include higher education as well. When I talk with Habibe, we have seen that there is a transformation in online activities. Pre-service teachers need to know about learning management systems and how to access math games, math-related online sources, and how to develop their own sources for their students' needs, because not always everything we found on the internet is appropriate for our students. So the aim of our study was to determine first, pre-service mathematics teachers' self-efficacy in creating materials with current Web2 tools. This was the first stage. And then based on the findings of the first stage, we designed and implemented instructional intervention according to their level of knowledge and their self-efficacy. We aim to support the pre-service mathematics teachers' development of digital teaching materials, but not in all the dimensions about teaching materials development, only in those they actually need help. So for these, we also try to have a look at the studies all around the world, and we try to develop a course to help them. So we looked at the ways to improve their skills. The course could be adapted to other languages. So this is already in Turkish and English and could be translated to many other languages as well. We observed a similar need in many contexts. So we conducted studies in China, England, and Turkey. I lived in England for about 5 years. And during this time, I have chances to observe pre-service teachers, pre-service mathematics teachers in England as well, whilst I was working as a research assistant at the University of Nottingham. And the training program is developed for pre-service mathematics teachers, could be used in other contexts as well. So we are not limiting this to England, China, and Turkey. It could be translated to other languages, adapted to other contexts, because we more or less know from the literature that pre-service teachers, pre-service math teachers especially, need help to develop some digital materials, but they need help for them. In our earlier study, we conducted a case study with 47 teacher candidates for pre-service math teachers, and we collected data with surveys and interviews, analyzed the data, and what we found was they have problems related to technical issues, like they may not have access to internet, their students may not have access to internet, some internet related issues. That was the first thing, which could be solved because in case of Turkey, we decided to give free internet to all students and teachers up to 25 gigabytes. So that was solved immediately after this finding was found. Secondly, there was an effective execution of measurement and evaluation in lessons. And the third issue was classroom management. So there were some ethical issues, evaluation related issues, cheating during assessments and stuff. And so we were aware of this, and we helped, in our program, we helped pre-service math teachers to kind of gain some skills to overcome such issues. In this study, the aim was to reach around 120 teacher candidates. By the time we submitted our proposal for this conference, we reached around 90 teacher candidates, which was more or less give us an idea about where to reach. We collected data from with surveys. So we measured teachers' material development self-criticism. And after this, what we're going to do will be conducting interviews with students based on the findings we found in survey. And data analysis, what we have done so far is conducting some statistical analysis like t-test, and looking at the descriptive statistics, what are the means, what are the standard deviation, and where our math teacher candidates stay. And what we are going to do in the next will be looking at the interviews and doing some cross checks to see what they say in detail about what we have found in the survey. So they're going to be around 10 sessions. And our training program will be as a part of kind of a design-based research. So if you're familiar, we started with the needs analysis, we designed the course, we looked at teachers' needs, and after we revised the course according to new needs, and we are in progress of conducting the second cycle of our study. So what is this instructional intervention? What does it look like?
2 minutes left.
Okay. So in the first case, that was about 2 weeks about multimedia design, instructional material design, Rebecca tools. And after each session, there will be there was a project, and there will be again in the second cycle a final project. So we gave tasks for them, and we evaluated their tasks using a rubric. So what does the results say? The level of pre-service teachers' proficiency in developing teaching materials could be improved, but if you look at the earlier graders, like second-year math, elementary math education students or pre-service teachers, let's call them in that way, they feel self-confident and ready. But when we look at the fourth graders, that That is our focus. It's not really the case, because whenever they are about teaching, we feel like there's some unconfidence about that. About the confidence, we could say the means range between 3.3 and 4 out of 5, and standard deviation was around 1. And there were 3 things we focused on: barbecue tools, designing materials, and there were some negative opinions about them as well. What is our aim now? So we already know the effectiveness of our intervention. It works in cases of Turkey, England, and some cases in China. So we believe that it could be translated in other international contexts. And if interested in developing per-service mathematics teachers material development skills and interested in giving such a training program, we're happy to collaborate with you. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you, and we're happy to have any questions you have.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Our next speaker will be Jayalixumi Mutia from CMO Rexam, Malaysia. Jayalixumi, the floor is yours.
Okay, very good evening to everyone. Allow me to share my screen. Okay. Could you see my screen?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, you can't see it. Huh? Okay, just give me a moment here. Give me a moment. I'm not sure who is that. Okay. Okay, let me try once more. How about now? Is it available?
Yes. Perfect.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think, all right. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm Jayalixumi from CMO Rexam. The title of my presentation today is Challenges Overcome by Mathematics Teachers in Online Teaching and Learning. Okay. During the COVID pandemic. Huh? Okay, it did. Okay, okay. The flow of my presentation is I will share the experience of online learning session with graphing technology during COVID-19 pandemic. And next, I will go to the outcome of the same lesson conducted with a group of similar age group Thailand students. Okay, and the problem statement starts, though there are many challenges faced during the COVID-19 pandemic, educators need to keep in mind on online learning that the current digital native students ought to be given more tasks to emphasize on the 21st century learning. So we need to give them tasks that needs more visualizing mathematical tool through online with the guidance of teacher as the driver of knowledge creation. So my discussion for today will focus on graphs of function, whereby I will give priority for the connections of its multiple representation with graphical, which is the visual, algebraic, the equation, numerical, which is the tabular part. Okay, and the aim of the online sessions that were conducted with the students first is to investigate the effect of incorporating graphing technology on students' ability to produce creative designs with the said graphs of function as a final product of a task that is given to them. Okay, so to overcome challenges during online. What we did, like what I said earlier, I used graphing technology to show the connections of the equations of the graphs that they have to learn, like what we have there, y equals to ax, and then we have the plus c, and then we have the plus bx, and so on. Okay, all right. So these lessons were very much assisted by the teachers' questioning techniques. Okay, so teacher assisted the students throughout the sessions by asking various questions. For example, what are the possible values? Write down your understanding. Can you explain the connection that you observe? And more questions were posed to them, like how do you arrive, the how and why kind of questions. Okay, and the other related questions that were asked to them, which is basically related to the higher order thinking skills of in the taxonomy of Bloom. So they were asked questions like, what is the name of the shape of the quadratic equation, which actually goes to the lower level of remember, and so on. And they were also asked more questions, as you see on the screen, like what are the general pattern? Could you explain what happens to the graph when the value range changes, and so on. Okay, so furthermore, they were also asked questions like, what are the strategies you employed? What did you learn after completing this task? What are the other types of functions? You know, so we were, I should say that it was conducted in such a way that it was able to elevate the students' thinking, and relevant worksheets were prepared for them. Okay. Okay, so the final task was this: create your own design using graphs of function with graphing technology. Use the given form to explain the creative design that you have created. So as I mentioned earlier, worksheet and some worksheets in the form and some forms were given for them to fill in their work. Everything was done online. Okay, so the important question that was asked to them is to explain the planning. And then later on, they were asked to write on the design that they created with the graphing technology. Okay, so these are some examples of the presentations by the students from their work. Okay, so students were given opportunity, and they did an explanation over the online session, how they went about in doing their work. Okay, maybe I will share with you one of the work that was done by the student. Okay, since it was a COVID-19 pandemic, so this student, it's a she, yeah, she explained her experience, how she went about. Remember the question that I showed just now, that the planning part. So she explained thoroughly on how she went about on creating the design, and what are the challenges she went through, and how she finally decided on her final design, and the relevant equations were also shared. Yeah, okay. And this is another one by another student. And this is how the form looks like. So everything was typed by the students, and then they shared during their online sessions when they did the presentations to their friends. Okay, and they were asked to name the equations, what is the shape, and which part of the design. And they also gave a brief explanation on the planning and a write about what they created. So this student, she shared on what life has changed during the pandemic. You know, what are the things that she missed? Like she said, she used to go to the beach and all that. And then during the pandemic, they were not given, they do not have that opportunity or that chance. Okay, so these are some works shared by the students. Okay, and a similar activity was carried out with a group of Thailand students. Okay, so this is what they created, some of the examples. Okay, and they were also given the same worksheet and the forms to fill in their work. Okay, this is one example of good work from, what shall I say, from the student, one of the student who is considered quite good in English and who could communicate in English among a group of about 30 students. Okay, so this is his work. Okay, so in explaining, he rather used more simple English to explain. And if we were to read, it is not, it do have some grammatical errors, so that is okay. But this is one of the best work from the Thailand student. Okay, so there was another one, similar form was given. Okay, so they did their sharing. Okay, this is another student's work. This is a girl, yeah. So they had a title for all their work. This is quite similar from the previous one. Okay, so what is the thing that I would like to highlight here is, although the student was managed to connect the mathematical equation with the design that was created, a good explanation is not complete, because we can see here when they were asked to write on the explanation of the planning, they could not write much. What they did was, okay, thinking about landscape and write. And it was a very simple one-line statement, which says something between two mountains. Okay, it was not explained well, although they were exposed and they were reminded that they are supposed to explain, and ample space was given in the form that was given to them. Okay, and this is another interesting one. Okay, and this student created this Doraemon, which is very interesting, because they were just given about 2 to 3 hours for the session, and they just managed to come up with this. But what shall I say? The part that actually made me think is, although the student created a good job, the design was good, but the student didn't explain well, because when I asked the student—
2 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you, thank you. So when I asked the student said she don't know how to write, what to explain. Okay, so the concern here now is for further discussion. Of course, like what I mentioned, online learning can be beneficial for students, for some students. And the selected activities were also found to be suitable, because from the examples I showed that regarding the COVID and this student who did some expression on was not able to go out during COVID and all that. Okay, so and it also managed to give some evidence on the students' understanding, because they were able to explain, interpret, and apply what they have learned. However, language played an important role in the ability of the student to express their creative work with relation to graphs of function. So these are evidence that shows that, because I just did a comparative between the Malaysian and the Thailand students, okay? Somehow it was shown that the Malaysian students, they had a better command of English knowledge compared to the Thailand students, like what I have showed in my slide towards the end. Yeah, okay, so maybe some things that we can look forward for some thoughts is, though the Thailand government has actually allocated a significant amount for the improvement of English, but studies shows that Thailand students generally, their proficiency of English is among the lowest in Asian countries. So I would suggest, as an outcome of this study that I have conducted, to plan more practical strategies at various levels that could contribute to the growth of English language in Thailand, especially in the communicative ability of their students, because my study was related to students, so I would say that. But there are also some studies that shows that their teachers also don't really communicate so much with their students in English. That could be one of the contributing factor. That's what I would suggest. Okay, so these are some studies that was conducted regarding the use of English among the students, okay, that I have here. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your listening to my presentation.
So thank you very much, Jayalechumi, for this talk. And we now go to our last talk of the session by Alice Lemo from University of L'Aquila in Italy. So Alice, the floor is yours.
Good evening, good morning, good night, good afternoon to everybody. I noticed that the time is very short. I try to be quick to my presentation. I'm here to show a project with other researchers that are here, if you want to see their faces. We are from Italy, from Canada, and from Israel. In the last months, joined also 2 colleagues from Argentina. And I will speak about an international project that is founded by ICDME. I don't know if you know the International Group for the Psychology of Mathematics Education, and it is titled Fostering Mathematical Discussion Beyond the Borders. Okay. This project starts during the COVID-19 pandemic. And because in that time, not only in Italy, several teachers had difficulties in proposing lessons, teaching activities, assessment at distance. Previous speakers have spoken extensively about this problem. In our case too, we will present a benefit brought by the pandemic emergency in using digital devices. Matabel was an Italian project about mathematics laboratory and problem-based teaching. Some of our colleagues, in particular Chiara Giberti, experimented these activities of Matabel at distance using some digital tools and called this new project, Matabel 2020. In the context of problem-based teaching, mathematical discussion is a critical issue. At a distance, there were several barriers to overcome, and so she and we tried to use Padlet for orchestrating digital mathematical discussion. I don't know if you know Padlet, if you are familiar with Padlet, but if we have some minutes left, I will explain Padlet looking from directly it. Okay, the project, the mathematical activities with Padlet start from a problem. In this example, you can see that the students have to examine some photos and have to estimate the height of people basing from the information they could see in the picture. For example, in one picture, you can see that there is a door. In this picture, there is a sofa. And so the activity was to try to estimate the height of the people that are pictured. Okay, in the first part, after posing the problem, the teacher asked to the student to try to do some hypothesis or solution of the problem. In this case, here there are all the students' answer. In the beginning of the activities, students have to respond individually and with a nickname in an anonymously way. After that, the teacher share all the students' answer to the classroom, and then they could comment or discuss how the other peers' ideas. After that, the teacher starts the discussion using the Padlet and the responses that are on the Padlet. Padlet is very useful as a tool because with Padlet, students could answer in very different way. If you can see by this example, there are students that put an audio file, for example, or a screenshot of a sheet of paper, or can write with their PC, or can share materials found in books or online. In this way, the students are more free to express their ideas, their solutions, and something like this. Okay, in the first experience during the COVID-19, Chiara and some researcher with her find that Padlet could be a useful tool to promote the participation and inclusion of all students in the discussion, because students responded anonymously and had the time to read, to comment, to reflect on the ideas of their peers. And so the teacher could overcome some obstacle of mathematical discussion that something occur during the lessons, not only at distance, but also in a normal period in the classroom. Okay, now we are starting a new project based on Mathable 2020, a second experience, a second trial with international partners. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit excited to be here. I'm sorry. We are looking for new partners because we would start a new experimental using Padlet in different contexts. In this table, you can see the experimental plan divided in 4 phases, like I explained before. In the first phase, the teacher proposed the problem in the Padlet. Then she collected the individual student's hypothesis, and only in the third phase, she shared with all the students their answers, allowing students to comment the other colleagues' posts. In the final phase of the experiment, the teacher could start a mathematical discussion from the Padlet, starting from the Padlet. Okay, in this slide, you can see the problem we choose for this international experiment. We choose some PISA tasks. This choose is why PISA tasks are already translated in many languages and they are already tested in different countries. In this case, students have to estimate the surface area of a continent, and the teacher could post this problem in the Padlet and then follow the 4 phases to start a mathematical discussion. Now, our aim is to go beyond the border, go beyond the Italy country, and we would like to share this kind of experience because we wondering to know if Padlet could be a useful tool to mathematical discussion also in other cultural context, because we want to highlight strengths and limits that international collaboration with Padlet could allow to highlight. Here there is a map of the other countries that join this project, and if anybody would like to collaborate with us, she can contact us, and I thank you for the attention. If I have some minutes left, I would like to show you a Padlet. Okay. This is in Italian, but I think that you can see. This is an example of Padlet. Ah, no, new condivision. Do you see the Padlet?
Yes.
No? Ah, yes.
Yes.
Oh,
now
sorry.
it disappeared.
Okay. This is the Padlet. Okay. You can create a new Padlet. This is an example that I use with my teachers during a teacher training. I put some question and I am the leader and I see all the responses. These are in Italian, but you can see that you can share your ideas with file, photo, link, pictures. You can write down everything you want, and the leader could decide if share all the answer with the other or take them also for his or herself. And we think that it could be a very interesting tool. This is another example in which there were 4 different discussions for 4 different teams, and all the students and teachers could share in different column, sorry, their ideas. Okay. Interrompi. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Alice, for this talk. I want to share all the speakers for keeping perfectly the time. So we are 5 minutes early, but I think this is too short for allowing real discussion. So I propose that we make a 10-minute break now, and we reconvene at 21:55 Universal Time +9, that is in 10 minutes, for the panel discussion. And then you can ask questions in the chat or in YouTube. So thank you to all the speakers.
High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together, our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together, walk hand in hand, make a future that changes the world. At the morning light, as brand new days begin, our endless dreams are written in the pages of the sky. Upon the waves of time, we sail across the seas, sails guided by the winds of dreams. Times are always changing, changing, even you and me. some wonders that we have never seen. Don't be afraid, for you are not alone. We'll be together through it all. Tell me, can you feel the future growing inside yourself? Tell me, will you let it grow into a wonderful, brand new world? Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Walk hand in hand. Make a future that changes the world. Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Open your mind. Make a world that changes us all. High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together. Our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Walk hand in hand. Make a future that changes the world. At the morning light, as brand new days begin, our endless dreams are written in the pages of the sky. Upon the waves of time, we sail across the seas, sails guided by the winds of dreams. Times are always changing, changing, even you and me. Changing all together, we can find the power that's deep inside. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Future of the stars.
Hello everyone, welcome back. And we will start our next session, panel discussion subtheme 3, And welcome our moderator, Dr. Pierre Anu, please.
So,
Okay.
shall we start now? Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So let us start the panel discussion for the third theme of the conference. So this is about challenges of the pandemic and post-pandemic era on the teaching and learning of mathematics. So I don't know if Merci Kazina is present now. Or does she still have technical problem? No. Oh.
She's present through
okay.
YouTube. I don't know, video.
So,
yes, I'm here, but I would like them to play the video because my connection is not stable.
Yes, I understand. So I introduce a presentation by video of Merci Kazina from the University of Malawi. So please.
Hello, my name is Merci Kazima from the University of Malawi. My presentation is on international collaboration and mathematics education in Malawi during the COVID pandemic. Outline of the presentation is as follows. I will start with Malawi's response to the COVID pandemic, then Malawi-Norway international collaboration in mathematics education. Then I'll look at the challenges during the COVID pandemic and how we dealt with the challenges, the experiences from the Malawi perspective, and finally, implications for post-pandemic collaborations, again, from Malawi perspective. Now, Malawi's response to the COVID pandemic. When COVID broke in Malawi in March 2020, all education institutions, including schools and universities, were closed. And during this closure, there were plans for radio lessons for primary schools, online lessons for secondary schools, and online lessons for university. But this did not work because we could not reach all students, especially those in rural areas where they could not get access to the lessons. Therefore, the remote teaching was discontinued and we had a long break, which was about 7 months for schools and all education institutions. The institutions were opened in September 2020 with strict guidelines on COVID-19 prevention measures. For example, schools split large classes into small groups and the children took shifts attending school. Now I'll talk about the Malawi-Norway collaboration. We have collaboration between University of Malawi and the University of Stavanger in Norway in mathematics education. We started in 2013 and it's going on until the end of next year to 2024. Our collaboration includes PhD program where we collaborate in research and supervision. We have a master program where we collaborate in teaching and supervision. We have professional development program for primary school teachers and for primary school teacher educators. And we collaborate in offering workshops, professional development workshops, and in lesson study in the schools. We also collaborate in student and staff mobility program through research and supervision and teaching practice. We have staff from University of Stavanger and students that come to Malawi, and we also have staff and students from Malawi going to Stavanger. But for teaching practice, we have students from University of Stavanger coming to Malawi to do teaching practice in Malawi school. We also have postdoctoral research where we collaborate in supervision. The challenges during the pandemic. We had three main challenges, which I'll discuss here. One, there was closure of schools and education institutions in Malawi. This was a challenge because we could not do the school research, we could not do professional development of teachers, and we could also not do the lesson study. The travel restrictions, this was a challenge because there were no visits to Malawi and no visits to Norway. And this was a problem because colleagues from Norway could not come to Malawi for professional development workshops that we were offering to teachers. And they were the main facilitators of the workshops, and that was a problem. For the project team, we could not meet face-to-face during the travel restrictions. And three, there were COVID regulations and gatherings in Malawi. We could not bring together a lot of people. There were regulations to have a maximum of 30 people together, and we had limited professional development of teachers because of that. There was no school visits. We could not visit the schools. How we dealt with the challenges? For the closure of schools and institutions in Malawi in 2020, we postponed the professional development and we also postponed the school research. For the research, we started desk research and we worked on textbook analysis. We worked on primary mathematics textbooks and also the teacher guides for the primary teachers. For travel restrictions, we dealt with this by the Norwegian colleagues recorded their presentations for the workshops, and they were used in Malawi. And we had online meetings and online supervisions, although this also brought in new challenges because of internet access in Malawi. For COVID regulations on gatherings, in 2021, we offered the professional development to only one school and had small numbers of teachers because we could not bring together more than one school. So we went for one school and small numbers of teachers so that we could still continue with the professional development. And we could not visit schools, so we used WhatsApp to communicate with the teachers in the school. Then we extended the project period to make up for the lost time. Now, looking at the experiences from the Malawi perspective, my colleague will talk about the Norwegian perspective. From the Malawi perspective, we experienced fast-track capacity building for Malawi in offering professional development to teachers. The original plan was to transfer the professional development skills to Malawi in the final year of the project. This was because the Malawi team did not have capacity to offer the PT. Some of our staff were doing the PhD in the project. So we wanted to finish the PhD and that in the final year, then we could have the Malawi team doing more of the facilitating of the professional development. But because of COVID, and our Norwegian colleagues could not come, we had to fast track this capacity building, and we went into offering the professional development earlier than we had planned, but also with the help of the recordings from our colleagues. So that gives us number 2, that the recorded presentations were a good resource for the Malawi team. And also the remote meetings which we had, the online meetings and supervisions were effective, although we faced internet challenges sometimes. However, from our experience from the Malawi side, we still think that face-to-face were still necessary. The desk research on textbook analysis was successful. We ended up presenting at conferences and we published 2 papers. So from this, from the Malawi perspective, we see implications for post-pandemic collaboration. One is to integrate shared responsibility for activities from the beginning, not only at the end. And this is for sustainability. And to record workshop presentations is a good practice for emergencies and also for use as resources. We need to plan online as well as face-to-face meetings and supervisions. And we also need to plan for desk research in addition to other data gathering research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercy, for this presentation. And now we will hear Arne Jacobsen, who will show us a Norwegian viewpoint on this experience. Arne, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hey, yes, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Arne Jacobsen, and as we just heard from Professor Kazima, she talked about the collaboration we had between University of Stavanger in Norway and University of Malawi, and I will talk about the same collaboration, but we'll try to share some of the experience from the Norwegian side. So you will recognize some of the points from Mercy in my presentations. But before I go into the more the detail of the projects, I'm not sure if everyone knows where is Norway and where is Malawi. So just to highlight that we are quite far apart. Norway is in north of Europe, and Malawi is in the southeast of Africa. And while Norway is a very economically strong country, Malawi is one of the least income countries, which have many challenges in education, and Norway have supported Malawi, and education has been one of the area where Malawi have collaborated. Norway have collaborated and supported development in Malawi. And University of Stavanger in Norway and University of Malawi have, as Mercy mentioned, we have collaborated since 2013. And at the time of the, I don't know if you, what happened here? Yes, at the time of the COVID pandemic started, we had 2 ongoing projects. One project that was called Strengthening Numeracy in Early Primary Education through Professional Development of Teachers. It was initially went to be a 5-year project, but we, as a consequence of the COVID pandemic, we ended up getting 1 year extension of this project. And as also Marcin mentioned, part of this project, we had a professional development of teachers using lesson studies. We also were involved in teaching of master students and supervision of postdoc and PhD students in Malawi. And we did research. And we also have another program that's still running. It's a mobility program of students and staff. It's not much research in that, but it's more the students working on and coming to Norway, and students in Norway go to Malawi, and they can stay up to 1 year. And we supervise students. For those who are in Norway, from Malawi, we supervise them. And it's partly to increase capacity in the master program in Malawi due to they have limited supervision capacity. So they run the master program 1 year, and then the next year they have supervision of students. And then since they don't have enough supervision capacity, some of them have been spending a year in Norway. So at the time when in March 2020, we also, as similar to Malawi, we also had a closure of university schools and education institutions. However, it was not very long before primary schools reopened, and our primary schools stayed more or less open all the time. But for secondary schools and university, there was a little up and down. For the first half year, or I can say the first year, depending on how this COVID dynamic of waves coming and going, closure and open, but much online teaching, because we were able to offer online teaching in Norway. We had some students in Norway from Malawi at the time, but the first year we could not accept, we closed the border for international students. So for the academic year 2020 to 2021, there was no international student coming, meaning for that academic year, we were not receiving any students from Malawi. And we could not travel easily, so we were not able to travel to Malawi and facilitate the professional development activities in Malawi when that eventually opened again. Malawi, after 7 months, there was also some progress there, so it was possible, but it was kind of not easy to do with quarantine and restriction. Yeah, so one of the things we saw that we had to alter all the plans. We had a project plan, they were approved, we had budgets, and part of my salary was paid by the budgets, and then I'm sitting in Norway, I cannot do my work. What can I do? I'm spending the budget for a project, and I cannot do the work I'm supposed to do. So there's a lot of consequences. It's what should you do now? But we also saved money. We didn't travel. So in the end, there was also something it turned out not so bad as it might sound initially, that we spent budget, but we didn't do our job. But we had to be a little bit flexible in this time. But what was more complicated was that we had students from Malawi and Norway, and they could not travel back. They were supposed to leave, go back to their family in June 2020. We had 7 students, and they were stuck in Norway for 5 more months, which also was a consequence in the cooperation with Malawi, that you have students there, you have responsibility for them. These students have family back home. Some of them married, have children, and they are worried. They don't know, will I come home? What will happen with my family? So this was a very, I would say, stressful situation for everyone involved, both for the students and also for us, and trying to keep them safe, and also trying to accommodate in the best ways, because their scholarships, they ended. They didn't have scholarship for more than up to June, and how could we secure funding for them? So it was, in this collaboration, we had to kind of turn around, and there was a lot of challenges related just to secure funding and housing and study permits and visa and all these kind of issues that were we didn't know about before. We had not planned for it. So there were new issues that we suddenly were thrown at us in the middle of the pandemic, and we had to sort them out. But they were all practical issues were eventually solved, but there was a very stressful time, I would say, for all involved, but particularly for those who didn't know how long will we be here, how long can we, and also, of course, we heard about people being sick and also tragic, and many people losing lives and not being close to your family. This was stressful. So as Mercy mentioned, we the first 2020 year, we had to not do anything of professional development activities because schools in Malawi were closed, and we could not travel to Malawi. And eventually we come up to the idea when they open up in Malawi that we could pre-record our presentation for the workshop. And this was a 3 days workshop. So it was a lot. It took like a week to pre-record. It's not just like an easy to sit down and a short presentation. But the workshop is also a mix of presentation and also activities. So it was not just to pre-record and the Malawi team playing this. We had to organize it with activities taking place, teacher working with materials and so on. But it worked out. It worked well. We eventually found that to be a very good resource. And yeah, we managed to secure all our students with the extra funding and housing and everything was sorted out. And for the first year, we had no new students. The border were closed, but eventually 2021 again, we were able to take a new group of students from Malawi. With some restriction, we had to put them in hotels for 10 days and then there was like slowly, gradually easing up of COVID restriction. So the mobility program is still continuing, but it's extending with another year. So we're running this out to 2024. So yes, as I said, the pre-recorded presentations was a new experience for us. It worked very well.
2 minutes.
Yeah, it worked very well because we had its support for the team in Malawi. It could not have worked without them having a good knowledge of what we had done before, because we had already run this workshop before in Malawi. And then it was later when COVID came, we couldn't do it. So they knew what was going to happen. And we managed to kind of put together a well plan for how they could use our pre-recorded presentation and facilitate the activities with the teacher in Malawi. We had a similar experience that the remote meetings could also work, but we still miss face-to-face meetings. But we missed meeting the teacher in Malawi during the lesson study, because we later on received their lesson plan and guided them in developing lesson plans, but we have never met them. So that was a loss in a sense. We lost something there. But we also had a similar experience like Malawi. We were efficient. We managed to write publications more than before, and increase in numbers of research publication. But we felt for the young researcher, our PhD students, they didn't manage to meet other researchers. They were kind of stuck in their institution. So creating network of research, that's something you lose if you are able to travel and meet people. So that was a loss. So I would say the implication is that the pre-recorded presentation, they were useful for sustainability purposes. The Malawi team use it as a resource and they run their activities. But we learned also something more, what to do when there's nothing you can do about it. That's a kind of, because we couldn't do anything with the COVID. So what do you do? And that, you have to improvise. I think that was the learning. You always have to improvise. And I think our good knowledge of local condition in Malawi, and we had a good partner when we collaborate very well with, made this possible. I think if we didn't had this good connection before the COVID came, it would have been more difficult. So that was short for the Norwegian perspective, what we we learned from the collaboration through the COVID time. And then thank you very much. Sikomo Kwambiri and tusen tak.
Thank you very much, Arne. Our next speaker is Sumardiono from Siameo Kitep in Indonesia. So Sumardiono, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Piano. Let me share my screen first. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Masmisula for inviting me in this great. I would like to share about our experience in conducting program for mathematics teachers during the pandemics in Southeast Asia. Yeah. As you know that before the pandemic, before the COVID-19 pandemic, there are lots of the problem of the education in the world, as mentioned by the United Nations. Even by the COVID-19 pandemic, the implication is going worse. Yeah, for example, 90% of all students out of school during the pandemic. We all agree that, and based on our experience also, that the online learning or the remote learning is one way to solve the problem about the education during the pandemic. This also happened in Southeast Asia, especially in our country, in Indonesia. As the Jacobson and also the Mercy mentioned before, that there are travel restriction and also out of school. It is happening also in Indonesia. What strategies could we set as the provider for conducting the program for mathematics teachers in Southeast Asia? Even for remote learning remains out of reach for at least 5 million students, according to UN. So we think that we do the best as we can during the pandemic to have the teachers, to conduct their teaching for their students. As mentioned before, and also the moderator, that we are the one of the 26 CMA centers in Southeast Asia. In the session before, you made the CMA exam, and the last day there are our staff, Risasmita. Now, as the director, I will share with you all the programs we can learn about that, because we are conducting the program, the activity for mathematics teacher in Southeast Asia. There are at least five groups of activity that we conduct to the teachers, courses and workshops, seminars or symposium or conference, research and developments, academic publication, and also community service program. Each group of program we also conduct during the pandemic with this restriction and the adaptation we do. So based on our experience in the initial slide, I will share with you that we have the three main strategies for our program. Number one, we prioritize the teachers. And the next slide, we will share with you how we prioritize the teachers. Because the teachers is the core or the main element to keep the education system during the pandemic. And number two, prioritize the relevant knowledge and skills in mathematics, because you know that even for the mathematics is the cheapest knowledge that can be learned with the pencil and papers, yeah. But without the assisting from the teachers, I think that the almost student, difficult to learn mathematics. The number 3, our strategy to modify, to adapt our program for teachers. Even we have also the new program that's suitable for the situation during the pandemic. For teachers, we make the program, to help the teacher to able to adjust with certain situations. In the next slides, we will show you how we conduct several programs with it, dealing with it, because the pandemics give the uncertain situation for all the peoples in the countries and in the regions, even for teachers, because the teachers have the responsibility to conduct their classroom for students, and they have targets, to teach their materials during the pandemics. And we also have a teacher to able to choose relevant knowledge and skills. So during the pandemic, we conduct a program to share the knowledge, the materials that can be accessed or accessible from teachers, from teachers in the remote area. And also we have the teacher for to able to adapt the online learning. We know before the pandemics, the use of ICT into the classroom is not so intense, so the situations force the teachers to adapt with the online learning and online teaching. So we have the teachers in our region for this purpose. And for knowledge and skills in mathematics, number 1, we focus on numeracy. This is the themes of the like mentioned by Professor Leong yesterday about the international or the broad area of assessment in the world, like a PISA or TAMES. There should be so it should be focused on the numeracy and also literacy, and also the basic knowledge, basic knowledge for the curricula or mathematics curricula. For example, in Indonesia, we have the curricula in emergency. So the content of knowledge and skill in the curricula is simplifying to be more simple and more fused. And also we provide the simple resources for teachers. And don't forget, we also conduct how to teach enjoyable for the students. We give the some strategies or also materials that can be fun for teachers and also for students. Based on this, I have my thoughts about the mathematics contents for teaching during the pandemic. And I think there are essential and practicable mathematics contents, focus on essential concept, use simple and daily life context, utilize problem solving from children, and also consider local situation during the pandemic. Number 2, reduce the symbolism and formalism. Shifting from rigid formalism to more intuitively for students, also for teachers, referencing a formula for with example, referencing a proof with example, making a formula by doing formula, and also making algorithm be understandable. So and also emphasis on mathematical thinking skills. Based on the simplifying of the curricula, we think the most important is about the mathematical thinking skill for the children. In this diagram, I summarize about these thoughts about pattern recognition, logical reasoning, and creative problem solving is more important during the pandemic to simplify how to teach mathematics for this teacher. And now for the programs, we modify some sample program and choose the suitable program for teachers in these regions. For example, we conduct the online and also hybrid program. During the pandemic, the participant attends to our office in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, usually come from our teachers from Indonesia. Also, we are empowering our alumni, to have to be the model teachers for other teachers, how to face of the situation during the pandemic. The online resources we provide for the teachers, simple and cheaper resources also. And we choose, we have the 8 themes that we conduct for the course for mathematics teachers from Southeast Asia. But during the pandemic, we focus on 3 themes. There is joyful learning, integrating ICT in mathematics education, also STEAMs. And also we strengthen and expand our cooperation for the national and international institution. In the next slides, we share with you some of the program that we can conduct, and we adapt it for the during the pandemic for the teacher, for mathematics teachers. For example, this is online learning with CKIM. We provide some resources for teachers in early in early 2020. Yeah. Also, we share about the best practices from the mathematics teachers, yeah, that can be inspired for the teachers, the other teachers to catch the problem in the, during the pandemic. Yeah, for the alumni, we give them the courses, the advanced courses, how to deal with the situation. Yeah, and also we make a network for our alumni in Southeast Asia, and in Indonesia also there are a community that call it STEMholic. This alumni increase their capacity and also their program that we assisted to the others teachers. For example, for the assessment, yeah, like the like assessment that we have, we conduct during the pandemic in online mode. Yeah, we adapt the assessment so that they can be assessed by the teacher and student in their home, and also course and workshops from online, full online, hybrid, yeah, into the on-site now. We conduct step by step during the pandemic to the post-pandemic. Then we change our management, our assessment, and our evaluation during the pandemic. We also have during the pandemic the initiative for international symposium, international webinar and conference. During the pandemic, there are a lot of inter-collaboration agenda, yeah, that we have from Europe and from America, for example, the NCTMs agency, and also the joint conference that we can have in 2021, yeah, in hybrid mode. This is very exciting for us because in Indonesia, I also have the travel restriction and some restriction for the conduct activity in offline. And also during the pandemic, we expand our academic publication from only the journal, academic journal, what call it Southeast Asia Mathematics Edition Journal. We also have the new academic publication that we call it symmetrical. That is a bulletin. We propose this for the teachers to use their own language to share their best practice in during the pandemic, so they can give their paper in their own language. So in this bulletin, we share the ideas and the best practice in 2 languages, the own language and the English, in English.
It will be time to conclude now.
Okay. This is some under agenda and remark and conclusion. So the COVID-19 pandemic provides several challenges and opportunities to us in adapting the professional development program for mathematics teachers. But several new normal programs emerged from the pandemic, such as integrating ICT in mathematics, online big data, and also focusing on basic mathematics and numeracy skills that Masami mentioned before, that including the computational thinking that arise from the pandemic, and also intimacy with the 21st century skill. And national and international collaboration between institutions rise during the pandemic. This is very helpful for us to stay and sustain for the program for mathematics teacher in our regions in Southeast Asia. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to the moderator.
Thank you, Sumardiano. And there is one last intervention by 4 researchers from JICA in Japan. Keiji Nakajima, Kazuko Setoguchi, Kenta Nagasawa, and Miya Yoshimura. This will be by video, so please.
It is a pleasure to be invited here today. Let me start by introducing ourselves. I am Ryota Murata, and I come from JICA headquarters in Tokyo. I'm in charge of the Basic Education Department. This presentation introduces JICA's Educational Cooperation Initiative, utilizing ICT tools during and after the COVID-19. We have divided our presentation into 4 parts. In the first part, we will introduce JICA. In the second part of the presentation, we will talk about Educational Cooperation Initiative during and after COVID-19. In this part, we will divide 4 sections, introducing projects utilizing ICT tools, developing a math calculation app, responding to the online education, and collaborating with private companies. Finally, we will discuss about educational challenges during and after COVID-19. JICA's main aim is to contribute to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 4, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. However, the world currently needs to catch up to this goal. Approximately 258 million children and youth are still out of school. Even among those in school, 55% are thought to have yet to reach the minimum proficiency level for basic numeracy and literacy. This situation has been called the learning crisis. The COVID-19 has further accelerated this crisis. To give you an example of this acceleration, the percentage of children who do not acquire basic numeracy and literacy is estimated to have increased by 70%. Let me begin by telling you about our organization. Japan International Cooperation Agency, or JICA, is a Japanese official development assistance executing agency. JICA aims to contribute to the promotion of international cooperation as well as the sound development of the Japanese and global economies. We support developing regions, socio-economic development, recovery, or economic stability. Our vision statement is to lead the world with trust. In other words, we aim to take the lead in creating solid relationships based on trust with nations worldwide. JICA aspires to a free, peaceful, and prosperous world where everyone can hope for a better future and explore their diverse potential. I now move on to JICA's work, especially in education. In the education sector, JICA assists in promoting quality education in 34 developing countries, including Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. To enable children to learn continuously, we support developing countries where we operate to utilize ICT tools in various ways. This presentation will introduce our initiatives utilizing ICT tools as a world aid agency providing quality learning.
I'm Kazuko Setoguchi, also from Department of Basic Education. JICA has provided education cooperation utilizing ICT tools since the pre-pandemic of COVID-19 to deliver children's learning. Now, JICA provides educational cooperation using ICT tools in more than 20 countries. Let me introduce some examples of this cooperation. Firstly, I'll mention our work in Madagascar. In Madagascar, in response to the crisis of declining academic performance due to the closure of schools after March 2020, television lessons were produced using the proficiency-based education method tested and developed in the Schools for All project and broadcast on the state-run educational program, CRICED-UT, from April of the same year. The program included a lesson in Malagasy and French, which raised awareness of the need to prevent corona infection, and a lesson on the 4 numeral rules: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division through play. In Bangladesh, under the distance education plan of the COVID-19 response program, the government prepared and broadcast math lessons in primary grades developed with JICA on national television. Moving on to Papua New Guinea, they initially developed a distance educational program with JICA to deliver educational services to children nationwide. Given its geographical location as an island country with scattered mountainous areas, equipment provided by JICA was used to broadcast educational programs on radio and television during the pandemic. JICA also helped in Egypt. After restarting the school, JICA promoted the math app to complement their learning during the closure period in Egyptian Japanese school, otherwise referred to as a EJS. Every morning, the children use a math app in a complementary lesson. JICA has provided support to implement.
I am Keiji Nakajima and also from Department of Basic Education. Let me talk about Math Calculation Practice app. There are several difficulties in many developing countries, such as the limited speed of the internet, low-spec devices are utilized in general, and existing offline apps are not sufficiently localized. In that context, JICA has been trying to develop Math Calculation Practice app through collaborating with private company. JICA has strengths that are our assets of previous projects for learning improvement. One of these is Math Paper Doris, and it will be integrated in the Math app contents. In addition, we are considering including the functions such as gamification for motivating children. From October 2023, we plan to conduct an impact evaluation of the app and measure its effectiveness of it in Ghana. The target schools will be divided into 3 groups: Group A using math apps, Group B using paper math lists, and a control group. In total, about 40 schools.
From here, me, Yoshimura, would like to introduce you about the JICA's public materials. JICA's one approach to solving educational problem is improving learning by developing textbooks and teaching learning materials. Through the projects using this approach, we have been making textbooks and learning materials. Those educational materials are posted on its website as public assets. At the onset of COVID-19, school had to shift to online education. However, there were not enough materials ready to be used online at home. Thus, JICA prepared educational materials free for download by utilizing assets from the past cooperation so that anybody can study at home. For instance, today in Japan, more than 100,000 children with foreign nationalities attend public schools. In the classroom, many of those children are having difficulties in learning subjects including math in Japanese. So we're thinking that JICA's materials could be useful for those children in learning math in their native languages. The education materials are available in various languages, including Japanese, English, Spanish, French, Portuguese, and Arabic. And we plan to add more languages in the future. In addition, we're introducing these teaching materials with the cooperation of JICA's Japan Overseas Cooperation volunteers who are working in the field. Since we provide teaching materials that can be used in the areas where JICA volunteers work, we hope that even more JICA volunteers will actively use them as supplementary materials in their field. So please allow me to introduce some of our educational materials. Although each country's curriculum and calculation methods differ, we offer an English language version of the Japanese-style standardized learning math drills. The drills are created with an awareness of tens solid number, composition, and decomposition. One section consists of 1 to 3 learning contents. Each section of the practice book for mathematics contains examples and exercises. In addition, instruction is provided before each example to explain critical points when necessary. The textbooks can be used as additional material for home study in the intended grades or as review materials for high school students and above. In order to make these educational materials more accessible for people, we are also working with the Japanese Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology as a mixed. They allowed us to post the link to JICA's educational materials site in their Castanet website, which is an information search site to support the learning of children connected to foreign countries. We are also working to make the site accessible to a broader audience through the JICA Global Plaza, and we hope to strengthen our efforts to make the site available for more people in Japan and abroad. Through providing these materials and expanding access to our page, JICA will continue to support every child's learning. The teaching materials and instruction manuals produced will be utilized as public materials to help improve the learning of as many children as possible, both in Japan and overseas.
Hello everyone, my name is Kenta Nagasawa. I am going to talk about collaboration with private companies. JICA seeks a way to advance the quality of our cooperation and looks for collaboration with Japanese private companies, which have the most recent advanced technologies. One of those examples is the cooperation with Seiko Epson Corporation, which is a Japanese private company with high expertise in projectors. JICA and Epson signed comprehensive cooperation agreement in 2022. By combining JICA's networks in developing nations with Epson's printing and projection technologies, the two organizations will aim to accelerate solutions to issues in developing countries through collaboration and cooperation. Under this agreement, JICA volunteers in Malawi and Laos who engage in mathematics education got to projectors as a pilot activity. In this presentation, I introduced that we have measured the effectiveness of using projectors in cooperation with volunteers in Laos. A comparison was made between classes with and without a projector in a unit on average for 5th graders at Satis Primary School, Faculty of Education, Lao National University. 8 hours were allotted for this unit. A projector was used. Problems for students from textbooks were projected on the whiteboard using a projector provided from the private company. Teachers can start from explaining and writing answers instead of copying all questions on the board. The use of the projector has changed the class and the children's attitude toward learning. For example, there was more time for thinking due to the reduced amount of writing on the board, and we observed that children who are usually not good at taking a notebook can do so because what they should write in their notebooks become clearer to them by using a projector. On the other hand, disadvantages were also identified. It took time to set up the projector, and it was difficult for children in the back of the classroom to see what was projected. In this pilot activity, there were no statistically significant differences in the result regarding the children's performance on the test. There are 3 factors: teachers' unfamiliarity with the projector, lack of time in classes, and teaching contents they taught using a projector did not necessarily require a projector. Although we found no statistically significant differences, this was a pilot activity. We will continue to examine its effective use from the perspective of whether it leads to improvement of students' learning.
To conclude our presentation, I would like to summarize the important points. This brings me to the end of our presentation. I will briefly summarize the key points of our presentation. Accelerated by COVID-19, the use of ICT is required more than ever in the education sector. As we have seen, using ICT has already advanced educational benefits. While it is obvious that SDG 4 cannot be achieved only through the use of ICT alone, ICT has a significant potential to contribute to the achievement of SDG 4. Therefore, we continue to tackle educational challenges. Lastly, we thank all those involved in JICA's project for your cooperation. We will advance with stakeholders in our partner countries to tackle global challenges based on the principle of leading the world with trust. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and that's all from us. This slide is about reference list.
Thank you very much for this presentation. So we have a few minutes for some questions. Maybe I will start from questions that was asked on YouTube by Kantiwari, who says that he liked the presentation about Padlet for fostering mathematical discussion, since he uses also in his online class. And he asked, what are the instruments which allow to measure the effectivity of Padlet instruction for math class? So if somebody wants to answer this question, how to measure the effectiveness of Padlet instruction? Alice, you want to?
Here I am. Good evening, good morning, evening. We use 2 kinds of analysis for the effectiveness of the Padlet discussion. In the first one, we use also Padlet, not Padlet, for the discussion. And in the case of the Padlet, every student say something or give an idea or a suggestions for the problem. Without Padlet, before the Padlet, some students does not have any idea. Also because in the Padlet you can use also internet, books. They feel more free to use other kind of resources in giving their solution or ideas. In another case, but I'm sorry, because this is an analysis that are doing Ferdinando Arzarello. He used his theoretical framework of multimodality to analyze the teacher and the students gestures and science during the mathematical discussion. I see that there were more kind of science and gestures during the discussion that bring mathematical concept. I don't know if I'm clear, if I have answered the question.
That is difficult to say because Contiwari is on YouTube, but for me it was quite clear. Do you have other question among the participants or on YouTube? We have still a few minutes. Maybe I would like to ask one question. Like most of the people here, I had to teach online in during the pandemic, and one of my recurrent question was how many of my students really did attend my classes on online classes, and that was extremely difficult to measure. So do the panelists have any idea of the percentage of students who did drop out during online instruction?
Okay, may I first? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Or introduction. Okay. Based on our experience, we conduct several courses for the teachers. But we have two kind of class or courses for teachers. First, the regular course. This is for the mathematics teachers from the Southeast Asia. They are representative from each countries. The course is like Dr. Wanabons that said before about the regular courses. They have 2 regular courses, and we in CKIP have 5 regular courses. For these participants, we do not have a big problem with their attendance because we also conduct with 2 modes, synchronous and also non-synchronous online for them. We use synchronized mode by Zooming, but it's have just a little duration from the courses, and the most duration they attend with a learning platform such as Models or in Google Classroom. So in this asynchronous modes, they can attend by the time that they're suitable. Yeah, they have suitable time to attend by themselves. So the response from the teachers or the facilitators is also synchronous for the model or the Microsoft Classroom platform. So with these 2 modes, we have some beneficial during the pandemic to conduct our classroom online. But unfortunately, for the international webinar or something like that, mostly teachers just registered for the seminar or the webinar, but in that time, just maybe 30 to 40% of the registered participants that can attend in the day. This from our experience. Thank you.
Arne, you wanted to say something?
Well, yeah, I could. That was from my Norwegian experience. I don't know how many have like dropped out or anything from during COVID when everything was online. But one problem when we were using the Zoom platform, you know, we experienced students, they log in and they turn the camera off, and you don't really know if they are there because if you have a
yes,
yeah, and you could find that out when you went to breakout rooms, and then you see they are not accepting because they have just logged in and then they do something else. So so that was a problem. I felt that they kind of just log on and they are there apparently, but then they are not there. They're just somewhere else doing something else. So that was a problem.
So I just want to share a small trick I learned on this occasion, which is, of course, more or less half of my students dropped out, but those who remained, I explained to them that I was completely incompetent in online teaching, and because they were gamers, they knew better than me. What? Yeah. So, Raimundo?
Yes, I only want to do some comment. When we was in pandemia in Chile, we had a student who was studying for become a teacher, and we have to do some practice in schools. In this case, the school have not all the time synchronic system like Meet, Zoom, and some of our students realize they produce lesson using a synchronic system, using WhatsApp. And we compare a lesson using WhatsApp and as a simulation of synchronic approach, and the other student used Meet, like Zoom. And it was not a big difference in relation to how the lesson developed. Okay, this is an experience, very interesting. A synchronic system can be a possibility when you don't have a synchronic system. Okay.
Thank you. And there is a comment by Catherine Ristroyu that one of the problems we have in the Philippines as a result of the pandemic is the learning loss experienced by our pupils. Are there any of you who have the dilemma? So I don't know if we do have time, Masami, to continue, or should we proceed to the next step of the conference?
I'm raising the hand about that some commentary and some additional information.
Yes.
May I talk?
Yeah. Please.
In the case of JICA, I have experience to collaborate with Papua New Guinea, and the course to invite the Papua New Guinea teachers to the Naruto University of Education, which was done by the online. And what is interesting is that there is a Japanese coordinators in Papua New Guinea and helping the group work, and provided from Japan side several workshops and lectures. Such as things are done through the JICA for the interactive, for the keeping the quality. And other things, in the case of the Sikkim, it's presented by Dr. Smardiono. I just want to add things. New online course by the developing the learning management system. On the process of video, there is some point of the questions appeared. And then without answering the question, they cannot go next step. So such a system also developed by the Sikkim.
Yeah.
Just additional information. Thank you very much.
Okay. So maybe this is now time to go to the next step of the conference, which is the discussion called the next steps. So.
Thank you so much, Pierre, and all the panelists in discussion, panel 3, the sub-team 3. We are indeed very grateful, and thank you so much for that. We had such a wonderful discussion on the problems of the pandemic. So let us now proceed to the final 2 items for tonight. Let me share. We are almost at the end of our conference. So those of us who are still here, please don't go away. We actually very much hope that you will stay around and give your input to the conference. We thank you so much for the last 2 days. It has been a wonderful 2 days. So for this discussion on the next steps is the next steps for ICDME. So okay, let me first elaborate or just explain a little bit on what ICDME is and what we have done so far. First of all, ICDME, I hope you are not seeing some shadows on the screen.
No.
Are you seeing any shadows on the screen?
No, no.
Oh, that's good. So let us go ahead. The background of the International Cooperation Development on Mathematics Education, that's the name with the acronym ICDME. ICDME was formed as a follow-up to Topic Study Group 61 in ICME 14, which we were supposed to meet in Shanghai in the year 2020. Then, of course, because of the pandemic, I think almost 90% of the people outside of China, we didn't go to the conference in person. So the conference was held in hybrid mode, but most of us who were outside of Shanghai did not go for the conference, and everything was held online. At the ICDME 14, we had the special topic study group 61, which was called International Cooperation in Mathematics Education. This was the first time that international cooperation in mathematics education had become a study group in the ICDME. The only other time was about, it appeared was as a discussion group. I think that was in Denmark, I think. Following up to our topic study group 61, there were suggestions at the end of the sessions of the TSG 61 that we continue to meet as a group, because the people who came and participated, they were also excited about this topic study group. So following it, the 4 of us who were in charge of topic study group 61, that is Masami Soda, myself, then we had Arne Jacobsen, and then Bernadette Denise. We met and we decided to form a group called ICDME. And Professor Masami Soda was so kind to volunteer to host the first ICDME conference that was in February of last year, 2022. And then followed up by this year's conference, which we are at now. And one of the things that we came out arising from last year's conference was that we are now working on publishing a monograph on the issues and challenges in international cooperation in mathematics education. And we do hope that we will be able to publish the book by the end of the year. That's our target. Now, one of the aims of ICDME is to discuss issues concerning international cooperation in mathematics education. So we as a group would like to keep all of you who have participated in this conference in the ICDME network, and hope that we will continue to grow the network. You can contact us at this email, icdmeconference@gmail.com. And also, CRICED-UT, that is the office of Professor Tsukuba, Masami Soda, has kindly agreed that the ICDME website will be located as a page at the CRICED website, which is stated there. So as our next steps, I would like to invite suggestions from the floor. Perhaps you can help us, give us some suggestions of what you think we can do. So I will open the time to the floor. Are there any suggestions? How do you think we can keep this group alive and continue to discuss matters concerning international cooperation in mathematics education?
Dr. We hoped is Maitri.
Yes, please, Maitri.
I think the one that we could keep in mind for the future conference is how we set the themes and the topics consistently, because we have a lot of dimensions of international cooperation in mathematics education around the globe. So how we keep consistencies of what we discuss in the long term, I think that's this very challenges for us from my point of view. Do you
Can you explain a little bit?
Yeah, usually when we categorize the topics that we call for the paper is very challenging, right? How we categorize it, so that our participants can continue the research and also the activity. This was my concern.
Yes, Raimondo.
Thank you. One thing is related to our group. Some other groups. What I want to say. For instance, today we heard something about Italy, about PMA. So there are other groups, international groups. So it is good to think how to cooperate between us. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Raimondo. Catherine, you want to say something?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Am I heard?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for organizing this in this format, purely virtual, and there is no registration fee. I think because of that format, you were able to reach a lot of mathematics education experts, specialists, teachers, educators. And I wonder if that is something that you can continue doing. That would be very helpful to keep the group together and perhaps even expand the interest and the membership of this informal gathering. Thank you.
Thank you. Pierre, you want to say something?
Yeah, very shortly, that I agree with Raimondo, and maybe some interesting initiative would be to make a list of all the activities in the international activities in cooperation, because sometimes there are very interesting things which are not publicized, and it would be quite interesting to have somewhere a repertory of the initiatives like CMO and all the things we have seen today, and I have no doubt that there are others going on. For example, I know about SIMPA and things like this. There are groups who are making international cooperation in mathematics at different levels, and it would be interesting to have a listing.
Yes, thank you. There is also from the website, one of them, it's in the chat. We should have regular collaboration sessions, mainly once a month. Let me read. Maybe once a month session from Olivero. There's another one that says, I would like to suggest forming interest groups, especially in mathematics, educational technology. And Alice, okay, you want to say something before you leave? Oh, she has left. Okay, she just says, thank you. Are there any more suggestions?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Bernadette, we can hear you.
Yes. I think of our international seminar. And so you know it because you came and you spoke for our international seminar. And from time to time, we can have a special seminar about one subject, one of our subjects, or a cooperation between ICDME and our seminar, for example. So that's an idea, only an idea at this step, because we can meet, or not only meet, we can meet some different people perhaps in our countries. So that's just an idea.
Oh, just to elaborate a little bit about what Bernadette is saying, is that Bernadette, in France, they have a network of people involved in international cooperation, but among the French-speaking people. So they have.
Oh yes, that's a problem. We don't speak much in English.
Yeah, I attended one of the sessions, and we had some discussions, and Bernadette is suggesting that maybe we can have a joint session, maybe in the near future. Thank you, Bernadette, for your suggestion.
But yes, I have to discuss with my colleagues.
Thank you. Let me check the chat. Anything else? Yeah, some have left. Are there any more suggestions? It's okay to just voice out, because this is recorded. So we will go back and replay the recording, and then we can get all your ideas here. Some of us have joined us since TSG 61. So we thank you very much, like Elsa, Raimondo, have all joined us since Maitri have joined us since TSG 61. We thank you very much. We hope to keep this group growing. Okay, so we must think of new ideas to attract people. Thank you. Are there any suggestions? If not, I think we will go to the...
We hope. I made two suggestions. I made one suggestion inspired by Vivian, and also a suggestion about the question raised by Pierre Arnoux. Because yes, indeed, during the pandemic, we did a modeling activity to inspire and motivate the students to understand the pandemic phenomena using the real data provided by the media, and bring in the notion of the function, the variability, and adjusting curves as a mathematical language at the level of high school level, because it was pre-calculus to ease the gap between the high school and the university level mathematics language during the pandemic, because everything was stopped in the school. And also the idea to study how the higher level mathematics is connected from the very beginning, that the lower level of mathematics, the elementary mathematics, is very, very important issue. So to connect the mathematical ideas and the concepts in the sense of Abraham Arcavi, Frederick Leon, and everybody in this wonderful conference has already mentioned, discussed. I think that is a very good subject for the next meeting. One of them.
Yeah, we will take all these suggestions up at our next meeting. For your information, our group consists of, now from 4 people, we expanded it to 6 people. So originally we have 4, and then we roped in Yuriko and Mercy Kazima. So we have now 6 people in our small little committee, which we meet on the average about once a month to discuss and plan for this conference. I think the Zoom conference, the online conference has got some advantages because it enables people to attend for free. Like next year's ICME in ICME 15 in Sydney, it's going to be a very expensive conference for many of us, especially for those of us who don't earn in euro or US dollars. I think it's going to be a very expensive affair to go to Sydney. I don't know what the organizers are planning, but what I do know is we are also going to have a TSG in ICME 15. It's called ICME TSG 5.11. Right? And Arne is one of the leaders of the group. So we have some connections between ICDME and next year's TSG 5.11. So we should it's an opportunity to keep our group growing. Are there any more suggestions?
So, excuse me, can you repeat only your last sentences about what we could imagine? Your last sentences about a project.
Oh, what did I say?
Just the last minutes.
You're giving me a difficult question to answer.
Okay. So we will write. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to our closing, and thank you for staying with us. Okay, this will be okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Hold on, please, before you go. I think Masami Isoda would like to say something before I do this closing. Masami?
Yes. Can you see? Okay. Thank you very much for these 2 days. Now,
I think I better stop my
very experienced, and we experience where that we are living in one group and now collaborating and synchronizing each other, even beyond the time differences. Some of you are early morning and the daytime and the middle of the night. And these significant 2 days were realized by each of your contribution in each of your presentation background. And in each of your presentation background, there are a huge number of collaboration that existed. And finally, we discussed how we collaborated for the next step. And we have a keynote panel and presentation. Each of them provided interesting perspective, informative and significant information for us, for each of us. Thank you very much. And everything we discussed cultural differences, even though we discussed cultural differences and various challenges, we realized a lot of similarity in activity for international collaboration. And then we can imagine the next step for the collaborations. And most of the presentation are related with practice for international collaboration as the meaning of the Dr. Frederick mentioned at the keynote. And as a host of the ICDME and a member of IPC and LOC, I deeply acknowledge all of your contribution and collaboration and participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And lastly, may I introduce my staff later? So just I would like to introduce my student. Okay.
Wow, they have a group of them. That's good.
Thank you very much giving us the opportunity. It is also a good chance for them to learn from all of you. Thank you very much.
Since we have only a small group left here, I think we have time for each of us to say something. First, from the program committee, the International Program Committee. We'll go through one by one. We have heard Masami say something. Next, we invite Arne. You would like to say something?
Well, I will just thank you for everyone to attend, and I will just add, I think it's a good way for us also to learn, not only learning from other, but we can maybe we will collaborate. Maybe some of us you are meeting new collaborators here, so I think that's also a very way of making good connection and ideas. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernadette.
Oh, thank you to everyone. So, and I hope we can meet our international colleagues, our colleagues in our countries about that. You understand a little?
A little, mercy.
Yeah. And also I have to say merci to Yuriko Yamato Baldin. So thank you, Yuriko, for your collaboration.
Yuriko, you would like to say something?
Yes, it was a wonderful, amazing conference. And I'm so happy to see all my friends, so my dear friends and new friends. And I think that I learned a lot and I shared the ideas. So I got much energy to go ahead for the next steps. So thank you very much for all of you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Mercy.
Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you very much. I also enjoyed everything. I had problems sometimes with my connection, but I managed to listen to almost everything and I enjoyed everything. Thank you so much.
Okay. Raimondo, you want to say something?
No, give my gratitude to all the people because this is a beautiful opportunity to share. Thank you.
Soledad?
Oh, okay.
Okay. I am also inspired by the ideas that emerged this Congress. Thank you for all.
Thank you. Maitri?
Okay, thanks. And I'm very happy that I can meet my old friend here to the new platform for our new way of networking. Thank you very much.
Catherine?
It's wonderful to see all of my old friends in this meeting. And I thank you for opening the invitation to all the people interested in international cooperation. And I look forward to joining you in your future activities. Thank you.
Dr. Sumardiono?
Yeah, thank you very much. Even for the this conference, I have trips in the 15, but I skips my trips. So I think that's the conference is very useful for me. And actually, it's very much insightful idea that I have had from these 2 days conference. So thank you very much for the committee. And I'm looking forward for meeting you in the next cooperation. Thank you very much.
So let's meet now some of our newer friends. We start with Nguyen Chitan.
Nguyen Chitan.
Or we can wait for him. Jaya, you want to say something? And Barabon?
I think this platform is interesting and so many people share the idea, and I think we can continue something like this, but we have to categorize the topic and the subtopic.
Okay, thank
you.
Who else? Is Jaya around? Jaya Lechimi? Nguyen Chitan? If not, we go to Seng Vies now.
Yes, for all, thank you very much for the committee. And even though I am the first time to meet this group of presentation, but it is very interesting and very useful that we can learn together from different contexts, and we share different idea, and we try to find the good thing that we need to develop our mathematics grow in the next future. I hope I will be able to join for the next meeting. Thank you.
Angel?
Thank you, Professor. I would just like to say thank you to everyone in this group. This is my first participation in an international conference, so I'm happy to be here with all of you, and knowing that this is promoting international collaboration. I'm really glad that I get to know all the organizations, international organizations that we can work with here in the Philippines, so that we can reach our shared goal, which is to develop and really, what's the term for that? We want to, we just wish for betterment of mathematics learning. So I'm glad, and I'm hoping to work again with all of you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jaya, you want to say something?
Hello, good evening, Dr. Chia. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I think it's a good conference, well organized, and thank you for everything. See you all again in another forum. Thank you.
Dennis?
Hello, everyone. I am honored and grateful to have the opportunity to speak here today. The conference has been an amazing experience, and I have learned so much from all the amazing speakers and attendees. I would like to extend a sincere thank you to the organizers of this event for putting together such an outstanding program. And thank you all for making this conference such a memorable and valuable experience, especially for us. I look forward to continuing our conversations and collaborations in the future. Thank you.
Okay. So now we go to our final item on the program. That's the closing. And as usual, at the closing, we just want to show our appreciation for everyone who has made this conference a success. First of all, to Professor Frederick Leung, for his inspiring keynote address, Professor Yoshinori Shimizu for his address on behalf of the Japanese Mathematical Association and Society. To all the panelists, special thanks to everyone, Professor Abraham McCarvey, Professor Angel Rui, Professor Masami Soda, Professor Onam Kon, Professor Yuriko Baldin, Professor Takuya Baba, Professor Vivian Duran-Gure, Professor Mercy Kazima, Professor Arne Jacobsen, Professor Sumartiono, and of course the last but not least, the JICA officers who gave such a wonderful presentation, Nakajima Keiji, Setoguchi Kazuko, Nagasawa Kenta, and Yoshimura Miya. To all the presenters and co-presenters, a big thank you for taking your time and spending so much time to prepare your slides and sharing with us your wonderful projects. The session chairs and the moderators, special thanks to Pierre Anu for chairing the last session, and of course to the local organizing committee and the staff of CRICED-UT, headed by, of course, Liu-san, all the participants of the conference, and of course, finally, my sincere appreciation and gratitude to all the members of the IPC, Masami, Arne, Bernadette, Yuriko, and Mercy. Our sincere thanks, and also our humble apologies for any shortcoming and oversight on our part. I think so many things that could have gone wrong have gone wrong, but it's not, we did not intend it to go that way. Anyway, our sincere apologies on our part in running this conference for everything. So we have come to the end of the conference. So see you again. And don't forget, keep in touch. Okay. If there's anything, just write to us by email. We'll keep in touch.
May I ask to take one photo?
Oh, yes.
Please open all of you the camera, your own camera. Okay. And take photo. Yes, yeah.
Okay, please turn on your camera. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you for your cooperation.
Don't forget to send us the photos, and I can
Yes,
send it to them by email.
Yes, may I announce something?
Oh, yes, please.
Can you see my screen?
Okay.
Yes. I'd like to.
Now we close the meeting and explain about the certification. So Lisa.
Yes. I would like to announce how to get e-certificate of participants. And here is the example of our certificate of participation. So then I will explain how to get this. As you can see in this slide, there's the QR code for the certificate validation form. If you participants need to fill up the certification validation form correctly, and then you need to ensure the spelling of your full name and the organization and your email address. And also, the request for certificate correction will not be accommodated. The e-certificate will be sent by email within about 1 month. Remind that the deadline of this certificate is 18th April 2023 at 6 p.m. Japan time. So if you have any questions about this certificate, please contact this email address. Okay. We will stop at this screen for 1 minute for you to screen the QR code. Okay, thank you for participating in today's ICDME Tsukuba 2023 conference, and also to all the participants on YouTube. Thank you for watching.
Can you close? Can you close the YouTube connection? Is the YouTube connection closed?